Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championships. We have the semi-finals, and today is day number 3. Today is going to be the decider day for which teams end up qualifying and making their way to the finals. But before that, we have to give some brief introductions. I am your host for the evening. My name is Aziz, and with me we have I am Holler.
Thank you for the introduction, Azus. Today, I am also very excited because obviously it is the final day of the semifinals, and it is going to be very important for all the teams that playing today because the stakes are really high, especially for the teams that are really on the lower end of the rankings. So I am really excited to see how it'll all go out.
Yeah, the stakes are always high when these teams are competing at this level. Talking about the teams that will be able to qualify, we have to look at the overall rankings post match number 10, which was played yesterday. So at the top, we have Team Hellraisers with 163 points. They have made a huge clearance with the second team, and that is being Team Negative at 137 points. So it's going to be interesting to see if any team is able to overthrow Hellraisers, and by any team, I do particularly mean Team Negative because they have the best chance to be able to do so. Or is Hellraisers going to finish strong in the semifinals and maintain their rating as the number one team throughout the semifinals?
Definitely. It'll be really interesting to see the competition that'll go down between these two teams because if you look at their elimination points, that's the difference. That is where the difference is coming in, right? Because the placement points are almost equal. Team Negatives have been getting the chicken dinners for themselves that they need. The placement points for Hellraisers is 87, and for Team Negatives, it is 80. But when you look at the eliminations point, it's 76 for Hellraisers and 57 for Team Negatives. This just shows how safely Team Negatives is approaching the game, but that is definitely costing them a lot of total points. So they really need to maybe focus on a bit more aggressive play this time, or at least go for the kills that they really need to overtake Hellraisers for that first position in the rankings.
They really need to focus on that aggression. I completely agree with you, Holler. But yeah, talking about the other teams that we have here, Team Angry Gamers at the third place with 111 points to their name. Number fourth place is for Myth Esports with 90 points, and number five is Pyro Esports with 89 points. Only 1 point difference between the fourth and fifth position teams. Number six is 69 Esports, which is sort of climbing up the ranks slowly but surely with 84 points. And number seven is hashtag esports. They've been able to secure 84 points. And then after them is Team GPA at 75 points. And there's somewhat of a point disparity between Team Hashtag and Team GPA, whereas 69 Esports and Hashtag Esports, they are only one at a single point difference separating these two teams between the number sixth and seventh position.
Definitely, all these teams, team number, the team mid esports to team towards hashtag esports, all the total points, the disparity isn't really that huge. So in today's matches, we're gonna have 5 matches, right? So we might see a lot of positions shifting throughout this whole, ranking system. So I guess we're going on a break because I do see a break screen that we have right now in front of ourselves. So I guess we'll be right back very, very soon. Or is that
Uh,
not the case?
I think that's probably not the case, right? Because we just started, so there's no point in going to a break right now because
Exactly.
one's not really called for right now at this point. So just looking back at the teams that we had on the first page, I think it's high time we reiterate to the viewers that only the top 9 teams will be qualifying from the semifinals and making their way to the finals. So the teams that we have on that second page, they are really in a danger zone right now. Especially the teams that are beyond that ninth position, the teams that are closer to that 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th position. So today is going to be a very important day for them today because either they're going to play much better than what they've been able, the sort of performance that they've been able to put up in the past 10 games and make their way to the top 9, qualify, and get to the finals, or we're going to see them fall short of that qualifying position and just uh, get some participation trophies.
Definitely, as we've seen all these teams trying their best to get towards the higher rankings in the overall rankings, they have definitely been trying very hard. So, like, looking at teams such as 69 Esports, they have been really good mechanically, and that is also rewarding them on the for the at the sixth position on the overall rankings. But teams such as Step Family and Step Family and RTG, these teams they have players that are capable of actually delivering a really good performance because we have seen them last till the very end stages, the final stages of the game. But it's just not proving to be enough. And perhaps with all that mechanical skill they have up under their sleeves, they just might need to change a little bit their overall strategy towards the game to perhaps get a chicken dinner and really come up towards that ranking. So the matches that we have today are really going to be important for them.
Yeah, and I think today is the day that you end up making those adjustments, right? You've played 2 days of semifinals against the same teams. We keep reiterating that, right? These are the same teams that you've been playing against. You know their strategies, and we're seeing that come into play as well with how the teams end up operating on Erangel, for instance, right? Team Hellraisers, they know where they want to go. It's always going to be Novro. Team RZ, we end up seeing them go towards the military base. So the teams are somewhat sort of set in their ways. They understand what other teams are doing and the sort of rotation that they're pulling up and how they like to approach the different circles and the type of rotations that they like to make. So I think this is high time that the teams are able to adjust their play styles according to the need of the hour. And the need of the hour is to secure the maximum amount of points that you can across these 5 games, because we've seen this from Steph Family as well yesterday, where I think they weren't able to secure a chicken dinner, but they were able to give a really strong performance in the game, and that accumulated for them like 30 points or somewhat close to 23, 24 points in one game. So it's not like it's an impossibility for these teams that are a bit lower down, right? They have 5 games today, and they have a lot. They can pray that the teams that are above them, they don't end up doing that well, so that can sort of give them the opportunity that they need to make their way into that top 9 finish and get to the finals, because that's what it's all about today, right? It is about securing your position and securing that slot into the finals.
Definitely, and the teams that I personally am going to be keeping an eye on are going to be Team Myth Esports. I think Team Myth and Team GPA, because what we've seen so far, talking about Team Myth, they have been really well coordinated. I even consider their core team coordination on par with the Team Negatives, even because from how I've seen them playing, they're never really far out spread it out unless it's really a strategy or it's a call from the IGL. Of course, they're always close to each other to support themselves and move towards. And funny thing that we've noticed them doing is them always riding the blue zone circle into the blue zone into the safe zone. So I don't know, that has worked out for them and that hasn't worked out for them either. It happens, and it also comes down to the map that they're doing it on. But yeah, that's that for Team Myth. Coming to Team GPA, they actually do have really good players, because I have noticed GPA Old Boy doing some spray downs, and that's all he's about. He just becomes a menace in out there in the map, and he just starts firing and killing people right away. So GPA Old Boy is actually really he's been showing a lot of good performances recently. Same goes for GPA Leo as well. But now we have the second page of overall rankings in front of us, on which on ninth position we have Galaxy Esports actually dropping from the eighth position with a total of 59 points. Road to Glory, Extreme Esports both on 10th and 11th, not really changing their positions with 54 and 53 points. We are going to see some changes in that, and all the teams following that are going to be competing for the top ranks of the ranking as well. Moving on to you, Azus.
Yeah, so it's really a lot of tough competition coming in at that 9th, 10th, and 11th spot, right? So Team Extreme Esports, Team Road to Glory, and the team that's currently at the ninth position really has its word cut out for it, right? They really have to perform really well today. And just speaking about the matches and the maps that they're going to have to perform well on, I think there's no change in the schedule that we have here. Match 1 is going to be on Erangel. Match number 2 is going to go to Miramar. Third map again Erangel. Fourth map is going to be Sandhawk, and then the fifth map is going to be on Erangel again. So the teams like I keep saying, some things are not changing about the tournament format, about how the games are being played, the order in which the games are being played, the maps on which the games are being played, right? So we do expect these teams to sort of up their game a little, to bring in new strategies, to adjust their gameplay, to adjust their game style, and maybe tend to avoid those early game engagements. Have some trigger discipline, sort of pick a few things up from Team Negative's playbook, and understand how they need to approach the game a bit differently to make sure that they can secure consistent points across these 5 games. Because as we were speaking about the teams that are on that ninth, 10th, and 11th spot, I think there's a total of 5 or 6 points difference across these 3 teams that are closer to there. So one bad performance or getting eliminated very early on in one game could spell the end for that team. So you just have to be careful this time around.
Definitely. And talking about the maps that we just saw, we are once again going to be playing Erangel 3 times in a row today. And point to be noted that yesterday, Team Negatives, they were showing some really impressive performance on Erangel, like getting the chicken dinners on all 3 of them. That was impressive. And we're going to see if they're able to continue that today as well or not. But Team Hellraisers, they have been doing really good on the other maps as well, because they were able to get a chicken dinner on Rammer and Sandhawk for themselves is yesterday. So that was really good as well. And we are really sensing this sort of, head to head performances coming in from both of these teams. And we're really going to see both of these teams actually go on against each other today. And the outcome is, yet to be seen. But yeah, we really see what we have today on our plate.
Yeah, talking about the maps and how the team have been playing on them, Team Negatives has been dominating Erangel, and with a lot of ferocity, I might add. Their elimination points were not at all bad, except for one game on Erangel. I think that was the second iteration of the map where they had 6 elimination points, but I think they finished the day off very strong with somewhat close to 18 elimination points on that final iteration of Erangel. So we're sort of seeing Team Negatives being able to mix up their strategies and sort of do both, right? Where they can play that really passive play style where they're just going to be very tactical about the game, but then also bring out the aggression when it's needed. But putting a pause to that discussion right now, we do have the playing trajectory live. This game number 1 has started on Erangel, and all the teams have already made their way to their towns of interest, to the areas that they want to go to. And the first circle is taking a hard shift towards the left side. So engulfing within it are certain regions like Katka, Ferry-Pierre, Primorsk, and these are areas that we're seeing teams not really go towards or focus on. And then Pochinki, Rozhok School, Georgopol are going to be the areas that are going to be highly contested today.
Definitely, we are seeing the contestment going on between the teams. But looking at where the teams are dropping, we can see Myth once again dropping towards Lipovka, the team Hellraisers once again dropping onto Novo. And yeah, that's especially for Team Hellraisers, that just seems to be their preferred position at this point on Erangel. So far, almost all the Erangels I've seen Team Hellraisers go towards Novo. I don't know what they really have in mind, but I guess they just consider it to be a really safe zone, so they just drop their loot and get locked and loaded, and get ready for the fights that are yet to come. But looking on the other side, we can actually see 2 teams at around the Georgopol and Hospital area, which are RTG and D-Lords. So D-Lords seem to be looting around the Georgopol area, whereas RTG is close to Hospital. So they will probably get a safe loot, a safe time looting their stuff, but they probably will have to encounter each other very, very soon. Steph family also just busy looting. All the teams, the final, the starting stages of the game, it's just like this.
Yeah, just everyone's trying to get the best equipment that they could possibly can to sort of carry themselves towards the later stages of the game, and that's just a common theme that we see across all games happening here. But speaking more about the teams that are in those highly contested areas, right? Up till that ninth point, is Team GPA at the 8th position with 75 total points. So there's quite a difference between GPA and Galaxy, because Galaxy is at 60 points, so that's almost like 15, 16 points difference between them. But then when you go further down that list, Galaxy, RTG, only 5 points separate them, and then RTG and Team XT, only 1 point separates them, and with Team XT and 7 Sins, there are only 10 points are separating these 2 teams. So I think we're going to have to keep a very keen eye out on Team RTG, Team XT, 7 Sins, and Team Galaxy, because for these teams, it's really important that they get in some great performances today, accumulate a decent amount of points, and then try to qualify for the finals today.
Definitely, these teams are definitely something to look out for today. But how did Sherry just lose that much HP? And I don't really think he has any healings as of now, but his teammates does, and I don't think that really matters at this point as well. So Team 69 towards Pochinki, Tag seems to be looting this area as well. Team Tag, though, looking at their recent performances, they've been really consistent throughout. Although having lost a few positions, they were at number 1 at some point. They're now at number 3. But the top 3 teams, they keep contesting for each other. The point to be noted that the points disparity between these 3 teams is just increasing. It's seemingly increasing, because Hellraisers is almost over 150, and Tag just is a little bit more closer towards the 100 threshold still. So they really need to step up, and if they really want to go for that top 1 position, they just need to step up their game and do just better than the teams that are on top of them right now.
Yeah, and some of our viewers might be thinking that all of these teams, right, Team HR, NEG, Tag, they're somewhat comfortably within the finals already. Not to say that they can't be disqualified, in the sense that they end up there losing their position and falling below that ninth position. Not disqualification, right, but just not being able to qualify for the finals. But something that I think it's somewhat of a statement coming out from a team if you finish on that number 1 position, because I think there's a lot of momentum that gets associated with your team, and just you get that confidence boost. You understand that, okay, you know what, we played with all of these teams in the semifinals and we were the number 1 team. So that's what these teams are really competing for today. Team HR, Team NEG, Team Tag, they're in it to win it today.
Definitely they are. And now we are seeing at RTG Team Road to Glory. They've been actually really good, especially RTG Hacker. And on the other side of the map, we can see 2 teams coming a little bit closer to each other, which are going to be Team 69 and Seven Sins. But Seven Sins not really deciding to take any fights for now, and they are a little bit far away from Team 69 as well. But I think the cars on Team 69 sides already have been spotted to Team Seven Sins. They probably are formulating a strategy on how to take on them. But Huzafa and Blades are just not looking to stop as of now. I don't know if they've noticed Team Sevens or not, Team Seven Sins or not, but they probably have, because Team Sevens is already firing a lot of gunfire on them. That's some ammunition right there, but still nothing to be hit as of now. Team 69 going to back up with their team at Pochinki once again. So now we're yet to see if Team 7 Sins will follow 69 throughout or not. Shazil just scoping inside with his DP28. That's scope equipped. By the way, this gun is really good for long range engagements like this. But I don't know if Team 69 is just aggressive enough to take on 7 Sins right now, and they're probably going to make a run for it.
Yeah, it's definitely the smarter strategy coming out from 69 esports, especially at this point within the game, where it's still one of the first few circles that are closing in, and you're like 7-8 minutes into the game right now. So 69 esports is trying to be very careful about when they end up taking those engagements, and I think this speaks in tune to the fact that your engagements and the frags and the kills that you're getting should be a means towards something and not just an objective within itself, because we understand the associated risk with getting into those engagements where you might end up losing a squad member or 2, or you could potentially, worse, if a push comes to shove, you could get eliminated, right? And no team wants to get eliminated at the 16th position. And this, but something very interesting coming out from 7 Sins is that they're taking the opposite approach right now, because they sort of need to. They are on that 12th position right now with 43 total points. So 7 Sins realizes that they're going to have to be a bit aggressive, because the points that they're going to get from elimination and placement are what's going to bring them closer to that final spot.
Definitely, we just saw Team Myth in deploying the same strategy that they always have, just staying right on the very edge of the safe zone and just riding it through as it closes by. We've seen Team GPA just moving around as well, moving around in cars, and they just, looking to get better positions. But would you look at this? There is currently a race going on between Pyro and Hellblazers, and there T24 outside of his car tries to get some shot off of Fofo, but doesn't really hit anything. Will he really follow through them? And I think think he just decided to just go back to his teammates. But still, these teams, they aren't really that far away from each other, and we might just see an engagement coming through. Divine going behind them, but he doesn't know that Myth Esports are around that area as well. So this is once again a trifecta slowly and steadily forming between these three teams. Pyro Esports probably looking to take on to Hellraisers first, but Hellraiser doesn't really want to stop as of now, because what we have seen before from Hellraisers coming in, they have been really aggressive. Every enemy they see, they don't let the chance go out of their hands, and they just take them down, and that's how they've been getting all those elimination points. But right here is actually taking a lot of damage. His car is considerably damaged. He himself is damaged a lot as well, but not enough to just knock him down yet. He's probably gonna go towards his teammates and perhaps regroup and fight against them again.
Yeah, just a great call coming out from Team Hellraisers, right? They realize that they are being engaged upon, so they are just trying to have their aim right on towards them, and they're sort of trying to get into cover, regroup, and then live to fight another day. That's something that we saw from them right now. Team Pyro, they were interested in this engagement, but right now it looks like that they're looking at the next circle that has formed up. Pyro Esports is deciding to rotate into that circle and get a much better vantage point to be able to take this engagement later on. So just a lot of sensible decision making coming out from these two teams, Team Hellraisers and Pyro, understanding what needs to be done, what's really important right now at this point within the game, and that is not those engagements. At this point in the game, it's just very important to ensure that you have great equipment, and then you have better positioning within the next few circles that are going to come out, especially with the second circle closing in and vehicles being at their disposal. They're just rotating into the circle, making sure they can be a bit better off.
Definitely Pyro Esports and Hellraisers, good calls coming from them. As you mentioned yesterday, Azuz, that they really are focusing on the ulterior motive, that is getting the chicken dinner. It rewards you with a lot more points than just dying at the very start with a few kills. So we really saw that coming from these two teams, and we're really gonna see how long they're able to maintain this for. So Myth Esports just decided to stop here around a small compound looking thingy, and I think they're gonna hold this area for a bit. But still, there are actually two teams crossing really nearby them. I don't know if they're aware of them or not, but they probably will be very soon. Team Negative and Team Steph family currently in a short. They're just getting visuals on each other. No bullets fired as of now, but we might see an engagement coming in very soon. Team Step and Team Negative, both of them seem to be aware of what's happening on the map. On the other side, if you look at the kill feed, Swanky just knocked out Tears, and there's Galaxy Esports actually taking on Hellraisers right now. Finished out. There's the engagement coming in. Honesty still firing some bullets. Team Hellraisers being damaged a lot with one player knocked out and one already finished off. That is some damage done to one of the top teams, and actually the top team in the rankings, and this is really gonna put them off. Galaxy Racers aren't really gonna let them go easily.
Yeah, Team Galaxy, they just did themselves a huge favor, right? They got those two very important points from elimination, and knocking out Hellraisers, knocking them down a little, just I think contributes towards their chances of securing a chicken dinner, potentially a chicken dinner within this game. So just great gameplay coming out from Galaxy, and then also you have to consider the fact that they took out two players from the best team, right? Arguably the best team, because they are on that first position right now. So that has to give them a confidence boost going on in this game. And then again, just to reiterate, Galaxy Esports is one of the teams that is competing for that 9th position right now. That 175, okay, it's very interesting. But yeah, speaking about the circle that's forming up, it includes that Katka area and hospital as well. So teams are going to be looking to rotate on and over, and something very interesting is just coming out from Pyro Esports, where they're taking that really long rotation out from down south towards that Ferry Pier area.
Definitely, to start with the circle forming towards the Georgiopol and hospital area. Some of the teams that are already gathered there definitely will have an advantage, but we do have some teams gathered around each other, really close to each other, so that it will be a bit of they'll have to be really careful. As of now, we are currently looking at Extreme Esports trying to make their way towards the zone, the hospital, and the Georgiopol area. They're probably very near as of now, but we are seeing yet another engagement coming in from Galaxy Esports. These guys are not stopping. They are now taking shots on Myth Esports. taking damage a lot. There's one knockdown coming in from Honesty. Tornado has been knocked down. RTG Hacker coming in from the behind. And remember, he is going to knock out one person as well. RTG coming into play as well. Is going to finish one off. That is a lot of damage done to Myth. Joke with the being the only one alive is damaged a lot as well. So this is going to be hard. Galaxy Esports, they are on fire on this first map.
Yeah, they really are on fire today, taking out 2 players from Team HR first, and now taking out 2 players from Team Myth. Both contenders, both top contenders for that, for those top spots within this game, right? So just Galaxy Esports, they are out. They seem to be out on a mission today in these games, especially the way that they've been playing on Angle. We see that they want to be aggressive. They want to secure those points and just sort of make sure that they can get into those top few positions. And then a kill coming on from Team 7, from Team Extreme Esports, onto a player from Seven Sins. Again, these are 2 teams that are trying to compete for their 9th position as well. So it's just a great gameplay for coming out from Extreme Esports, because if they can knock down Seven Sins a little, then they are somewhat ensuring that their position in the top 8.
Definitely the team's going really close to their point. We're finally seeing Team Negative come into play as well. They were in an engagement with the team before, but they didn't really commit to it and just got out of there because, you know, that's how we've seen them playing. But right now, they have their eyes on Team 69 and a Team Tag as well. A lot of teams coming in. You know, I feel like what exactly is going to happen and how the circle is forming, right? Team Negatives, they do have a really, really good spot because they are close to the circle and even inside it. And 3 teams that are going to be fighting soon enough. Hellraisers, Fofo taking a lot of damage just as I was speaking, and that is some damage done by Team Negatives to Hellraisers right there. Hellraisers already looking really bad. Fofo just got damaged so much he has to use a first aid to get his health back up. Next, with him being the only 2 guys alive, Hellraisers is really not in a good spot, and Negative already securing themselves a really high ground. This is going to provide them with cover as well and a really good viewpoint to from Hellraisers. Next, trying to take shots from Superboy, but there's 1-for-1 Rafe coming into play as well, taking him down right away. So Next is knocked out. Fofo being the only one alive to revive his teammate and, you know, make something out of this situation that they're in right now. He's the only person to do that.
Yeah, I think that was just a classic case of Team Hellraisers not realizing that they are not, again, you know, a fully functional team. They don't have 4 members alive right now. There are 2 members, so those 2 members, they just have to sort of play off of each other. They have to play off of each other much better, and they can't afford to be just as aggressive as they were in all of those other games, because that insurance policy in the form of multiple team members just does not exist for them. But Team 7 Sins right now, they are engaged in a deadlock with Team RZ that is trying to make its way into the circle. Well, they are in the circle, but yeah, these 2 teams, they're just trying to ensure that this area of the circle is all under their control. And 7 Sins, they were able to take out 1 player for Team RZ, but I think he was revived and he was saved by the rest of his squad members. So 7 Sins, they have to be careful, because RZ is right behind them towards the circle, right? So they all have to look at both angles on both sides, because another team could be on the other side and just take shots at Team 7 Sins.
Definitely Team RZ and 7 Sins being engaged here. We're not really taking any fights, but Team 7 seem to be making their way up towards Team RZ. RZ seeing 1-for-1 crossing by. Bobby is going to try and take some shots, but not landing any, sadly. Well, that's usually what happens when someone is moving in a car. But, you know, it can't really hurt to take some shots and try to go for the kill, other than just giving away your positions. Vid 7 Sins already have, so it doesn't really matter for them. Fofo, after reviving Next, is going to try and take on Negatives once again. There's all the nades, everything he has, he's trying to use, trying to build up the cover he needs with the smokes that he has. I don't really think that Hellraisers is going to try and go for the fight with Negatives just now, because they aren't just really feeling very confident, because of course, if you don't have two alive, you can't really do anything. Negative shot here, trying to look out for them, and there's the push coming in from Negative. Perfectly executed. Pinkman already onto Fofo. Fofo down to almost 20 HP. Pinkman, what is that peek? You just jumped and spotted him and pulled out the gun and killed him right away. There's Fofo finished off by Pinkman. Next is the only one alive in that cover that is remaining because of the smoke grenades, but it won't be long before Negatives just push onto him and find him in those shadows.
Yeah, I think Molotovs have already been sent out towards him to pressure him, and Shahir is super close by onto next. He's just going to see him in just a little bit, and those shots coming out, and they make quick work out of him. Team Negative taking out Team Edge are again those two teams that are competing for that top first position, and Team 141 they are in a deadlock with Team 7 XT at the moment. Extreme Gaming.
One right close, right by to Esports. We are just trying to go inside. One of the players already inside. Husky is going to try and go inside to help his teammates. There's the first knockout. 1-1. One of the teammates have been knocked out. Confused on who's actually the enemy or the teammate. This is a bit of a mess, but still, let's see how it actually will end out, because Husky will end up being taking out Ninja. And there is Team 141 eliminated from the server. Team, that was really good coming in from Team Extreme Esports, because how 141 tried to rush and push them, it was really impressive of them to try and hold them off and actually succeed in doing so.
Yeah, and again, some very important points being secured by this team, but as soon as we switch to Blade, he just gets knocked down by a grenade landing right on top. And Shopper is taking some shots onto the hashtag esports and just trying to and just making life miserable for them as they try to find whatever little cover that they possibly can. Drop Shot on the other hand takes out Bobby RZ, and Dante Boy has taken out Drop Shot in return. So Team 7, since they are still locked in an engagement with the team, Sam takes out Pyro, and then Drop Shot he gets taken out from the server as well.
Definitely Team 69 and RTG being engaged. One of the players was knocked out with a grenade at the very start. So Team 69 have to be really careful right now, because RTG is a team to be reckoned with, right? They are really good with the guns, especially RTG Hacker. So they are making good use. They're just, pressuring 69 right away. But on the other hand, they also have 17 and hashtag in an engagement right now. And it is not D-Lord in an engagement right now. It is not really looking that good for D-Lord right now, because Hassan just knocked out Raze. There's one knockout. He also get finished out right away. So that is some damage done by 7 Sins. Hudson playing it out really slow. Will apply on the first aid and then move forward towards the enemy line. He does see Daniel that has been knocked out completely. Finished out as well. T2 players. There's the damage coming in from Alex as well, but it is not enough. It'll barely leave Hassan at 1 HP and surviving. Amazing kills coming in from Hassan as well. And that is the Lord. I guess it is knocked out, but as we were saying that, Mythi Sports also got knocked out, which is a bit surprising to me as well.
Caller, I think Hassan just took out the entire squad all on his own right there, right? He eliminated that entire squad of D-Lord, but Shahir getting just a bit too greedy over there, popping his head over that cover and just gets punished for them. But Team Negatives, they're pretty close by. They should be able to get a revive off on him, and Team Negatives, they're in a great position right now. They see the rest, they see the entire map, they see all of the teams that are right in front of them, and Pegasus, he's spotted out Team GP as well, so they're all just lying there behind in cover. But Pegasus has to be careful when he starts taking those shots off, because if he takes those shots and the players retaliate, then that could spell the end of him right there. He sees Team Extreme Esports also trying to make their way into the circle as well, but they are just right behind his vision. Motu just revealed his position. Pegasus is going to take a few shots onto them, but none of that is going to land. Buzzard, Team Tag, is right in front of you. Are you going to engage with them? Yes, he is. He's able to take out MVP. But Goku's in a good position to be able to respond back, but Buzzard gets behind the cover just in time.
Once again in position, but that cover is not enough to provide him with enough cover. And with the car exploding, he is going to be taken down as well. Really good work done by Buzzet right there. Shahi, who was a bit, he was trying to go for the kills, but it got knocked down, and he's already up as well. So Pinkman, who also got knocked out in the engagement, he has been revived too. And as we were saying, that 7 has been eliminated. Team Negatives actually stopping really close by to Team GPO. Buzzet not really looking in a good position right now, because he is kind of alone and he has to wait for his teammates to come closer. And Pinkman taking a lot of fire. That's some damage done. Knocked out already right after being revived. That Team GPA going on against Team Negatives right there. You see that mechanical ability of knocking down Shahir right away. Ozair, who was knocked out, is going to be revived as well. Trying to knock out the guy. coming inside the car, but yeah, that's an amazing reflex coming in from Team Negatives as well. Team Negatives not really going down without a fight. They were looking really bad at the very start. Now they're trying to come back up. Shahid just going inside with the car, almost takes down. And yeah, that's really it for Team GPA right there. They were looking so good at the start of this engagement, but they just don't exist anymore because Team Negatives, they are forced to be reckoned with. You can't really take on a team that easily who are so well coordinated.
Yeah, the sort of the level of coordination coming out from Team Negative is just something unparalleled. We have not seen other teams having that sort of coordination, especially when it comes to these blade circles, right? The way they end up using those vehicles to get their rotations off is just really impressive. Here we have the entire squad of Team Step family that is also alive. Again, another team that's trying to compete for that ninth position to try to secure a chicken dinner and get the maximum amount of points possibly they could. Shot coming out from him onto Team Negative, but Pegasus, he has his teammates still alive to provide him that cover, and that's something that's happening there. But then will he be able to take him out, take some shots onto Pinkman, does a lot of damage, but receives a lot of damage in return as well.
Definitely Team Step taking on against Team Negatives right away. Team Negatives, just as they were just done with the engagement against Team GPA, they have now Team Step family poking onto them, but still Team Negatives, as fast all the calls that we've seen so far from them have been perfect. So Team RZ's Dante boy is actually trying to take some shots onto Team Negatives as well, but really close to them is the Extreme Esports Modu, who was, well, he couldn't really, because one of the Team Extreme Esports players was knocked out really close to Team RZ, Red Zone Esports. So the Modu really didn't commit to just, try and rush inside the enemy lines and try to get his teammate back up. So he's just really far away right now and looking at everything from a third-person perspective. But still, Team Negative not really leaving their position as of now. They're just really close to the blue zone, and Team Step family also being forced to come inside because of the blue zone. This is going to be challenging for them. And as we were saying, that Extreme Motu has been completely killed off by the blue zone. So that's one player down, and Team Extreme Esports also completely wiped out. A lot of kills coming in from RTG, Negative, and Extreme RZ as well. So these are the four teams remaining on this really small zone that we have. We're really going to see how this goes out. As we're talking, our Red Zone Esports, Negative Butler just tried to rush inside. I don't know if he knew Red Zone Esports was there, but he is going to get punished for that. And now he's knocked down. And Negative Pinkman, he is there right there to provide cover for his teammate. And Red Zone Esports, as they thought they were in a really good position after knocking out one of the players off of Team Negative, they just got wiped out.
Yeah, and Team Negative, they're able to make quick work out of Team Steph family as well. So it's just going to be RTG versus Team Negative at the moment. Team Negative, they are effectively down to 2 players, but then the engagement that comes out from them, just great shots being landed from RTG Shahir and Team Negative, Negative Shahir, and they're able to get the rest of the players up as well. So they should be winning this chicken dinner in just a few moments, and that is exactly what ends up happening. Team Negative, again, another strong performance coming out from them on the map of Erangel. And I think Holler, the Team Negatives are just proving a point here. There is absolutely no way you're going to be able to beat them when it's Erangel.
Definitely Team Negatives just being completely dominant on the map. Erangel, this is going to be their 4th chicken dinner on this map, and I think this is going to put them a little bit, even not even a little bit, a lot more closer to Hellraisers on the rankings, because as we saw, Hellraisers, they weren't really able to get that many eliminations in this game because they were wiped out at the very, very start. At least 2 of their teammates were just killed, completely finished off at the very start of the game, so they weren't really able to get that many eliminations, and their position and total points will remain almost unchanged on the rankings. But for Team Negative, this is going to put them much closer to Hellraisers at that 1st position.
Yeah, we're really going to see somewhat of a switch between the places coming out, and especially the competition that we had going on between Team Negatives and Team Hellraisers. I think there's going to be somewhat of a mix-up between the positions. Team Negatives either is going to take that 1st position away from Hellraisers after this game, or they're going to come very close to be able to do so.
Definitely. With this, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back before the next match starts.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championships. We have the semifinals. It is day number 3. We're already down one game, and we only have 4 games remaining for the rest of the day. What a stellar performance coming out from Team Negatives on the first game being played on Erangel Holler.
Definitely, Team Negative is just coming back up from that pinch they were in, even taking fights from two teams at the very same time. They took a fight, and as they were just setting themselves up for the next fight, Team Steph family started pressuring on them as well. And right after that, they just went on to Team RZ. That perhaps you could call it
Secret
careless push coming in from Team Negative. Buzzet did cost him, as at least knocked him down, but Team Negative, they were just really able to pull up back from that and get the chicken dinner for themselves. So the chicken dinner is going to Team Negatives once again, and this is going to give them a total of 31 points with this game, and 16 of those points are actually coming from eliminations. So this is a really impressive performance coming in from them, especially considering the 2.5k damage done.
Yeah, 2.5k damage is a considerable amount of damage that they've been able to deal onto the rest of the teams, on the rest of their opponents within that game number 1. So, and their overall rankings for that game were the first position as well, right? There's no surprises coming out there. 15 points from placement, and then the rest being secured through eliminations. So I think to answer one of the questions that you asked in the beginning, right? If we're going to see negative sort of shift their gameplay up, we are seeing them do that, right? They're in a great position to be able to take that first position, first spot away from Team HR, and I'd be somewhat surprised if they aren't able to do that already.
So for the match MVP, the player MVP of the game we just had is going to be Negative Pinkman. Definitely deserving. We saw him do some real good stuff in the game we just had. Seven eliminations, 903 damage done. That is some good damage considering the total team damage was 2.5k. This is almost amounting for more than 50% of the damage done. And moving on with 2 knockouts and 1 assist, now we are at overall stats. So in the previous game, we had 56 total eliminations, 9.2k healing done. Not a lot of healing battles coming into play. Obviously, it's in Wrangle, but that is the stat that is really outshining here is the number of throwables used, which is 301, which is a lot. We've seen 280, 290 on Wrangle, and this is a little bit higher than that. With a total knockouts of 73, 9 total headshots, and 29 total rescues, and the longest shot going to Negative Pegasus, which is at 288 meters.
Yeah, just your average stats coming out from this game as well. I think that a bit of a higher amount of utility usage coming out with the throwables used, and something that we saw from Team HR as well, where they were just deploying this entire wall of smoke grenades to hide themselves much better from Team Negative, but Team Negative's aggression just got the best of them towards the end of that game. So just your average stats coming out from this game as well, being played on Erangel. Not a lot to mention here explicitly, or just something impressive coming out. So Team Negative, right? This team. They've just switched gears, especially yesterday and now even today. They are performing at a very, very high level, and just really outshining the rest of the team that we have here today.
Definitely, they are putting up a really good performance against all of the teams. And point to be noted, this was the 4th chicken dinner they got from themselves today. In all of the matches combined that we've played. So we still have 4 matches to go, right? And Wrangle is going to be played 2 more times. And Team Negatives, they have been getting chicken dinners after chicken dinners on a Wrangle again and again. And we still have 2 more Wrangles to go. So Team Negative, they might just prove themselves to be the Wrangle gods and, get themselves a chicken dinner or 2 once again. But moving on to the match summary for the players, we have highest eliminations going to Negative Pinkmans with 7 eliminations in total. Negative Shahir with the highest damage done at 946. So I guess Negative Pinkman and Shahir really were doing the stuff for their team. 4 assists also going to Negative Shahir. The longest shot is going to go to Negative Pegasus at 288 meters. And the highest knockouts is also going to go to Shahir at 6.
Yeah, and this graph really shows the dominant performance the Team Negative had within this game, where all of their players are at the top, and I think most of the second spots are also going to Team Negative players as well. So, that just really goes to show that how dominant they were in that game. 16 elimination points means that they were able to do a lot of damage all across the board. All of the members were contributing at least at the same level, or very close to the same level. So team negative is definitely the team that all of the other teams have to look out for. They have to make sure that they can sort of bring this team down, or just work together to make sure the team negative just does not continue their dominant spree. Obviously, when I say work together, teams cannot come together and compete against a single team like that. But what I'm trying to say is that they have to understand the rivalry that is sort of emerging, the team that is emerging as the victors across all of these games. So maybe take an early engagement against team negatives, try to take them out before they get that loot going for themselves, because on Erangel, I'm pretty sure team negatives tends to favor the same town over and over again. So if you sort of have their coordinates, you understand where team negative ends up going, you can just get there, make quick work of them in the early game, and then you don't really have to worry about this team for the rest of the game.
Yep, looking at the match summary on the players that are a bit bottom towards the match MVP stats, we just saw a lot of players coming in from Team RTG and Team Steph Family, and this just proves the point that I mentioned at the very start, that these teams do have the mechanical ability, but they aren't just able to put up with it. But we'll talk about that later, because we do have our match rankings for the match we just had at the match number 11, and number 1 we have Team Negative. They have gotten 15 placement points for this for the win they just got, with 16 eliminations as well. That is going to total up to a 31 total of total points. So moving on to the teams that are later on to this in the scoreboard, we have Road to Glory at number 2 with a total 20 points. Number 3, we have Step Family with a total of 17 points. Number 4, Red Zone Esports, who did manage to, last to the very end stages of the game, but sadly just got wiped out at the very end.
Yeah, getting taken out towards the end, that's just not great for them. But something to note is that all of those teams that were on that second page, right? Team RTG, Team Steph Family, Red Zone Esports, I think they were somewhat on the second page, Extreme Esports and Seven Sins. So, and Galaxy Esports as well. So there's just really, really tough competition between all of these teams. And their performance within this first game shows that they understand what's on the line for them right now. And what's on the line is that ninth position that they're all competing for. So just strong performances coming out from all of these teams across the board, and they're sort of working to overthrow the teams that are present towards the top. We saw Hellraisers getting taken out at that 16th position, where they lost two of their squad members very early on. Myth Esports was taken out fairly early within the game as well, and then dropping down to that 15th position. That means that they were not able to take out any other player, so they got 0 points from those eliminations as well, and 0 points from their placement. So Team RTG, Team Step Family, Red Zone, Extreme Esports, Seven Seas Galaxy Esports, all of these teams are locked in to the competition, and they understand the ferocity of the competition they are in right now, and their placement within this first game says a lot to me.
Definitely, I am also saddened a bit by Hellraiser's performance in this game. Still, though, it isn't really gonna push them off of the first position on the rankings, but still, that is some damage done to them. At least they could have gotten some. A few placement points and a few eliminations points, because they have been seeming to be doing really, really good in all the previous games that we have, and most of their total points are actually coming from the elimination points that they've scored for themselves. So this time they were able to get 0. Also goes for Myth Esports, who are actually a really well coordinated team, but that's gonna be it for them in this game we had. Moving on to the eliminations per damage ratio, we have Team Negatives on the first with 16 eliminations done and 2.5k damage done in total. That is a lot compared to the teams that we have on the screen right now. So moving on, we have RTG, Road to Glory, with 8 eliminations and 1.8k damage done, almost 1.9k. And then we have Step Family, 7 eliminations and 1.2k damage done. RZ as well. They did last till the very end, and 4 eliminations and 900 damage done. Extreme Esports as well. They were taking fights in the game very early on with 4 kills and 800 total damage done. Seven Sins as well. They were actually engaging with a lot of people. Galaxy Esports too. They were engaging with at least 2 teams at the very early stages of the game. So that damage really shows how they got there. So 5 eliminations for Seven Sins, 4 eliminations for Galaxy, and 1k damage, 1.2k damage, respectively.
Yeah, the numbers, the damage numbers really tell a very interesting story here, right? With Team Negatives, the amount of damage that they were able to deal, that is reflected very accurately in the amount of elimination that they were able to score off of that damage as well. Team RTG looks to me like if they were able to poke a lot onto a lot of teams and a lot of opponents, but that did not translate really that well into the amount of eliminations that they were able to score off of that damage. 7 sins, 1.1k damage, 5 eliminations coming out for them, and for the rest of the teams, the numbers look pretty average unless you go on towards that lower side where you have Pyro Esports doing 700 damage, only 1 elimination. Hashtag 195 damage, only 1 elimination. Team D Lord 794 damage, 2 eliminations, and then 141 with 684 damage. And then Hellraisers, well, they did a negligible amount of damage. But the overall rankings are here now, and Team Negatives, they were able to overthrow Hellraisers from their number one spot, owing to the fact that Hellraisers went out of that game having scored 0 points, and Team Negatives got close to 31 points. So they are on that first position right now with 168 points. On the second position is Team Hellraisers with 163 points. Team Angry Gamer, they're somewhat at the same spot with 114 points at that third position. Pyro Esports, they were able to move a few positions up towards that fourth position with 91 points. And then Myth Esports, losing their fourth position, coming in at fifth with 90 points. 69 Esports, 87 points. They're still at the same spot. Hashtag Esports, not a great game coming out from them at this point in the tournament. 86 points. And at that number eighth position is Team GPA that are at 79 points. So the sixth, seventh, and eighth position not really changing at all.
Definitely team negatives having proved me wrong about what I just said about them. And Hellraisers, I said that they won't really budge from that first position that they're at, but team negatives, they just overtook them by, I guess, 5 points, and that is really good. But point to be noted here that elimination points are actually, it's actually giving them above there. Even though they do have a difference in the placement points, it is not really that big. And I think team negatives, how their elimination points just went up from where it was before this game, it is really showing how they're now focusing on actually getting those eliminations for themselves, so they can just the total amount, total points they accumulate is actually higher now. And the rest of the stats seem pretty normal because, four of the teams that we have in front of us are just unbudged. They're at the same position tag, 69, hashtag, and GPA. They're all at the same spots, but the ranking, the points they got did change a little. So it is gonna, we might see some more changings coming up in the games that we have. Moving on to the second page of the overall rankings that we have, Road to Glory coming back up on the ninth position with 74 points in total. Number 10 by Road to Glory as they overtook Galaxy Esports. Galaxy Esports have now 64 points. 11th position, Extreme Esports for 63 points. Not really a big difference between Galaxy Esports. On number 12 and 13th, we have Steph Family and Red Zone actually coming up and pushing down 7 sins and Team 141. They're really down below now. Red Zone with 53 points, Steph Family with 52. Look at how these teams are really close to each other. Galaxy Esports and Extreme 64, 63. Red Zone and Steph Family 53 and 52. The points are just really close now. 7 sins with 49 points, Team 141 with 40, and D Lord with 37. They're all on below. They're really below and down at the bottom of the rankings. But this is really where it gets interesting, right? The teams at the very top, they're already, quite above the threshold to qualify for the finals, but still these teams, the point difference between them is just so small that we're going to see massive changings coming into them as we move on in the games today.
Yeah, it looks like these teams are going to give each other a lot of tough competition, especially Galaxy Esports. They've already been overthrown from that ninth position. The great game coming out from Team RTG, where I think they finished second or third within this game. And that really just goes to show that these teams that are in the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th position, they, or at least the team that's at that ninth position can just not get comfortable about their game. They have to keep being consistent across all 5 games, because if they just slip up in one game, some team is going to come and take their place. So the great performances coming out from Red Zone, RTG, and all of these teams that were a bit lower down, and especially props to RTG for now being in a position where they could end up qualifying.
Definitely looking at the teams that are head to head right now. Now, yesterday we had Hellraisers on the top position and Team Negatives on the right side. But today, things are a bit different. Team Negatives can be seen on the left at rank number 1, and Team Hellraisers is now at rank number 2. So, Team Negatives having overtook them. Let's look at the stat on how exactly that happened. Both of the teams having played equal number of matches, that is 11, with 4 equal number of chicken dinners as well. So, the placement points are for both teams are for Team Negatives, it's going to be 95 in total, and for Hellraisers, it's going to be 87. So that's a bit of a difference, not really that big, but still, that is a lot higher than the difference they have in the elimination points because Team Negatives having 73 and Hellraisers 76, still having a higher number of eliminations compared to Team Negatives. But how Team Negatives is actually playing, because hey, we've only seen one game happen today, but still, even taking that game into account, Team Negatives, they have been seeing much more aggressive because I've seen plays coming in from players like Buzzet and Shahir. They actually have been making risky moves this time. We even saw Shahir getting knocked down by just going out in the open all alone. So yeah, they are definitely looking to play a bit more aggressive today.
Yeah, they really are looking to bring that aggression, especially in the final day of the semifinals. Looking at the MVP rankings, we have negative Pinkman with 25 eliminations, 5k damage done. That is a considerable amount of damage being done by only one player from the team, right? And then Team Hellraiser's squad members next, and Tears coming in with 22, 21 eliminations, 4.1k and 3.6k damage being dealt respectively. I think the sort of discrepancy that exists between the two players from Hellraisers and Negative exists because of the last game that Team Hellraisers played. Bowing out at that 16th position did not do them any favors with this ranking. Team Negative Shahir is on that fourth position with 19 eliminations, 4.1k damage done. Next we have is RTG Hacker, a very aggressive player, 4.2k damage done and 15 eliminations. After that is Divine UOP with 16 and 16 elimination and 3.7k damage coming out from both of them respectively. And then it's Blades with 15 elimination, 3.7k damage done. Nubix, 17 eliminations, 3.2k damage done. And then it's Myth Levi with 14 eliminations and 3k damage done.
So we are seeing really high number of damages done after all the games that we have played, and negative Pinkman with the highest amount of damage done. And yeah, definitely that number does sound about right because we have seen him being really aggressive for his team. He's really the rescue man because I've seen Buzzet and Buzzet and Shahir making some risky plays, and Pinkman is usually always the person coming to save them when they're in trouble. And he's really the one also making the plays for his team. We remember him actually going for flanks, and those flanks have proved to be really useful for team and negative. But now looking at the player head to head, we have negative Pinkman against Tears from Hellraisers. Both of them having well, not really close stats, but still 25 eliminations for Team Negative's Pinkman and 21 eliminations for Tears from Hellraisers. Headshot percentages, a big, massive difference. We have 24% for Mick Pinkman. There's a head popper, and for only around 10% for Tears. Total damage done, again, a big difference. 5k done by Pinkman and only 3.6k done by Tears. Throwables used are once again really different, almost double the amount of throwables Tears has used, 78 for negative Pinkman and 42 for Tears. The average survival time doesn't really matter because obviously the teams are at the very top and they both have four chicken dinners under their belts. So these guys have been surviving for really long, and the difference is in that big as well. Total assists are going to be 14 for negative Pinkman and only 9 for Tears. So negative Pinkman, I don't know how this was a player head to head because the stats were really apart from each other, but that you could tell how better negative Pinkman is performing compared to even the top players in the servers or in the games that we've had.
Talking about the matches that we have for the rest of the day, the first game has been played on Erangel, and then the next game we're going to go to Miramar. After that, we're going to go to Erangel again for game number 3, and then match number 4 is going to be played on Sandhawk. With match number 5, we're going to circle back to Erangel. So it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the 4 games, the last 4 games for the semifinals, day number 3, end up being played out by these teams because for majority of these teams they are still in the contention for those top few positions, right? They are pretty close by, so they're just going to try to be as competitive as they possibly could to try to win those chicken dinners, to try to get those survival points, to try to get those elimination points and make their way towards the top. But talking
Definitely.
about the next game that is going to be played here is going to be on Miramar. So Miramar is somewhat of a map that we end up usually seeing a lot of long range engagements coming out. Rotations are usually favored with the vehicles. Players don't usually you're going to have a very rough time if you're going to try to traverse that rough terrain of the desert on your foot, right? And it really adds to that with how the map is just so big that you really do need vehicles, and that's something that we end up seeing from those teams early on as well. Something very interesting on Miramar is also the sniper rifles that end up coming into play.
Definitely, the sniper rifles are really impressive, or well, when properly used on Miramar. Still, though, it's a really big map, and for teams like Myth, I don't think we're gonna see them riding the blue zone into the safe zone this time around, because if they do, it. I think in the last game it did actually damage them a lot, and even the previous Miramar that we have, it almost ended up, and it actually ended up in a healing battle. So we might get to see that happening once again, and the winners of that were Hellraisers. And that the reason that happened was because, as you've mentioned and as we've mentioned, that Hellraisers are actually really good on where the final circles are going to go, and the call from their IGL from that's coming to all the players beforehand is actually really impressive from them, because Hellraisers are able to take up the spot that is the in which the final circle is going to be, and with that they almost always have a really favorable positions for themselves. Even if they're not ending up in a healing battle, they're always having a better position, usually the high grounds, and all of the players just approaching the final zone from the low grounds. Hellraisers, it's really just a shooting gallery for all these guys, and all they really have to do is shoot everyone they see moving.
Yeah, that's an interesting strategy that we've been seeing Hellraisers deploy, and just sort of how their IGL is able to make that prediction very early on into those last few circles is just very interesting. Maybe he knows something that we really don't, right? Or he's just trying to, or maybe those are just really great educated guesses coming out from the IGL, where he's able to make that prediction on how the next few circles are going to be shaping up. But all these things are going to be very interesting to see from Hellraiser coming out on Miramar, because that first game was very lackluster from Hellraiser. Two of their squad members got caught out in very unfavorable conditions. They were taken out very early on, and the rest of the two squad members were just in a very rough space, in a rough position, because they ended up taking on Team Negatives, who were going to go on to win that chicken dinner. So whenever you're going to take on that 4v2, it's going to be difficult for you anyways, because you are at a disadvantage, you're at a considerable disadvantage. But I think Team Hellraisers could have been a bit more smarter going on about that game in particular.
Definitely, and we are very soon gonna be moving on to the map Miramar. I really hope to see that plane trajectory. Actually, haven't you noticed that we are actually not seeing the plane actually go through the trajectory itself? Like even now, I think okay, yeah, finally, we are seeing it going through, and this is actually after a really long time. So players are slowly and steadily dropping. We can see Extreme Esports already actually spreading apart a little, like, because if you see Moto is just dropping, is he's going towards Trailer Park, and the rest of his team seems to be going towards El Sposo. So that is a different strategy I haven't really seen in a while. But Pyro seems to be employing the same strategy. They seem to be deploying the same strategy, with Tokosaurus going somewhere else, and the rest of three team members are going somewhere else. This is really interesting coming from these players, and they're actually kind of, I think this is really interesting when it comes to information gathering, because when you have, although it is risky, but when you have so many players spread out all apart all through the map, this gets really easy to gather much more information. But I think how we will see this coming into play is that Extreme Vision is definitely going to be having a hard time if Team 69 decides to approach him right away.
Yeah, things could end up becoming pretty difficult for him right over there if that ends up happening. But the first circle has taken shape, and it is towards the lower side of the map, right? So somewhere towards that southwestern quadrant, if you'd like to put it that way. And the teams, majority of the teams are opting to be on the edge of the circle when they're sort of going towards that Los Leonos, Picardo, Graveyard, Power Grid areas. And Team Myth Esports, for the first time ever, I would say, are in within the first circle already as it's shaping up, and they've taken the Chumacera town, right? So they're going to have a very good time within this game. At least it looks from it from the initial circle. that they should be having a decent time, because they can just loot here and they don't really need a vehicle to rotate out, although gathering vehicles should be a decent idea for them in case they do have to rotate out in the later stages of the game. But for what it looks like, for the first few circles, Myth Esports should be completely fine.
Definitely looking at the drop zones of other teams, the team that is furthest away from the safe zone is currently 141. And Hellraisers, once again, really loving the bottom side of the map. They're once again, if you just overlay this map on top of a wrangle, that's exactly where Novo is. So they're just loving. I guess it's just something that they in their minds maybe, but they just really love to go to the southern sides of the map. But now we can see a lot of teams just looting for now. Not a lot of teams are really close to each other. If you look at it, there's a bit of a cluster going around Tag and D-Lord and RTG, but still they are pretty far away from each other. So I don't think we'll really get to see any fights as of now, and that's it. That is how it always is, right? But still, moving on to the circle, we might see some stuff happening.
Yeah, I think especially with the teams that are closer on to each other on Los Leones, Team Hashtag and Team Negative, they are extremely close to each other, and then Team GP and Galaxy isn't really that further away from them, especially if Team GPA are opting to use vehicles early on into the game, then we might end up seeing them clashing with each other as well to a certain level. But yeah, so generally, majority of the teams are going to be entering from the circle on from that northern side or on towards that eastern front, because there is where that is really huge cluster exists, and the town of Mont Nuovo seems like a very tactical position for all of the teams. So if they end up pushing in and occupying that town, then they'll find out that there has really been no one that dropped onto this town. No one really took charge of this area. So that is an opportunity for all of the teams. Team Step Family and Team Myth, they're more towards the center of the circle. Especially Team Step Family can opt to go wherever they want, especially if the next few circles end up going towards that prison and Los Hagos area. But that seems to be a bit more unlikely at the moment.
Was it just trying to be a little uncomfortable driving that big bus, but he really needed a way of commute. So yeah, whatever it is, he is gonna go for the loot with it. Looking at hashtag Superboy, he already has gathered himself with some guns and not a lot of healings, but still, all the armor and helmets that he's put on, they seem to be really good. He already has a level 2 helmet, armor, and a backpack as well. So that's good for him as of now. He'll be able to, he set himself up really well. But hashtag just occupying this whole town on their own is going to be free for looting, because no one is really around as of now, and there's still a lot of time till the next circle even forms. So we're going to see how this all goes.
Yeah, just generally with the early game, we have what we sort of expect from these teams, where they keep somewhat of a distance from each other and try not to engage each other too much early on, because you keep reiterating that this early part of the game is the part of the game where you really have to set yourself up for success, whether it be rotations, vehicles, or just any type of resources, right? Because time is a resource as well, and we've seen some really long engagements or drawn out engagements from teams at certain points. So it's not that you end up losing the players, it's not that you end up losing other things, but it's also that you end up losing a lot of valuable time that could have been spent either relocating towards a better position within the next circle, or just gathering more equipment. Because when engagements happen between these teams in a 4v4 setting, you usually end up seeing the teams exhaust most of their throwables, most of their heals, majority of their armor, etc. as well. So yeah, this team's sticking to what we know works best, and that is to avoid those early game engagements.
Definitely, that's what we're seeing happening here. Team 69, as you mentioned, that on this map, especially like a map on Miramar, it is really important that you get yourself hold of good vehicles. And Team 69, they do seem to have done so. They already are in all of the vehicles that they probably need. But Uzafa, he seems to be stopping in a weird spot. Maybe he's just waiting for his teammates to come by, or maybe they're just planning to stop around this area. Anyhow, we will see how it really goes, because they're now really locating themselves in sort of just a barren area. There's no towns or houses or even a compound to be seen, so they aren't really gonna find any loot around here. But maybe they're just for there's a prediction that where the next circle is gonna be, and if they're inside it already, this once again is the strategy that we've seen being deployed by Hellraisers so many times, even on this map on Miramar, which actually got them a win, a chicken dinner for them. This is the same thing we're seeing being done so by 69 esports here.
Yeah, just relocating towards a high ground position where they can get an overview of the entire map is something that we're seeing 69 esports do so right now. And just it's also interesting for me to see 69 esports not being that aggressive force that we're used to seeing them be, where they just go on in and engage all of the other teams just head on and try to take them out. But 69 esports realizing that they are in the top 8 at the moment, the top 9, sorry, at the moment. But I think they're trying to make sure that it stays that way at the end of day number 4, day number 3,
Definitely.
sorry. Yeah.
Man, Miramar is such a barren map, and even like considering how big it is and how many towns there are, and all of them are completely abandoned because, of course, a game like PUBG, you're not going to have NPCs, right? And it's just completely abandoned. It gives you sort of that creepy feeling sometimes, because I do remember myself playing Miramar and just climbing around almost half constructed buildings, and it really gives you those chills sometimes. And if you're really into the game, of course, if you're really immersed into it, but PUBG actually did manage to do a really good job on actually being so immersive. Yeah, it definitely gives you that feeling of being in a desert and being really alone out there.
Yeah, and that can get scary sometimes, but I'm glad the teams have their squad members to, sort of hold hands and
Yeah.
not be scared as much about the setting of the map. But right now, we still have eyes on 69 esports, but on the other hand, Bobby RZ is able to take out drop shot, and just drop shot, that name's a bit ironic at this point because he's the person who's getting drop shotted.
Every time almost at this point, or we've used that pun so many times that drop shot just got drop shot. But yeah, some kills coming in. That's probably some action going around somewhere on the map. I think it was against Seven Sins players, or maybe drop shot is in Seven Sins as well. So yeah, some action to be seen. But once again, we're looking at RZ's players just looting around in houses. But on the kill feed, we can see Pyro Takosaurus just took down Extreme Esports Modu. I feel like he was AFK at the very end of the first game, but it could also be possible that he just, quit the game because all of his team members were already dead. One of them was knocked out. So he really didn't see any point in continuing the effort, although he could have gotten himself a few easy elimination points. But looking at the kill feed, Pyro Hunter just slamming Modu once again. And I think Modu just died, but we aren't really seeing the graph as of now. So he could be knocked out or dead by now.
Yeah, I think Pyro Esports were able to take out Motu, and they knocked him down, and then they were able to use their vehicles to finish him off. Another team on our screen that we have to keep a close eye out for is Team Hellraisers. Team Hellraisers have had amazing performances over the last few days, and HR Tears is able to spot out a member from Hashtag who is pretty far away and getting some shots out onto him, causing some damage. But that is the most that they'll be able to do within, at least at this moment in time. With the next circle having formed up, it will be very nice to see where the circle has headed and how the teams are going to be looking to rotate. But Shahir makes quick work out of Sin's Hassan. In 7 Sins, they lose another member, and Hassan might not be able to get behind cover in time.
Definitely, he doesn't. He really wasn't able to get back inside cover. Once again, we have the team negatives up against Team Seven Sins. Pinkman taking a lot of damage from Seven Sins, and there is Sakib gone. Negative Pinkman and all of the negative players just making really quick work of all the Seven Sins players. It's all really down to Kuffin right now, who is gonna be slammed out and just nuked by a grenade coming into the hands of Pinkman. But right when he throws that nade, Pinkman, who was out of cover, Kuffin is gonna try and take him down and actually managed to do so. But there is Pegasus coming into play as well. It is going to damage Kuffin enough to eliminate their whole squad out of the game. And a lot of kills coming in for Pyro and Hellraisers as well. Pyro's currently fighting with Extreme Esports. Hellraiser doing some work as well. And I think they are doing it a lot with all the vehicles they have. I think it's like their finisher strategy. Why go for guns when you can just slam a knocked out enemy who is barely able to move?
Yeah, and that seems to be the strategy that they're deploying at the moment, and it's really proving to be very effective for them. But Team RTG, again, one of the team that is in those top few spots, surviving and fighting for their tournament lives here. Team D Lord, I think they're at the 16th position right now, so they don't really have a lot to lose in terms of the fact that sure, we can be optimistic and hope that D Lord plays really well across the rest of the games that they have here, but it looks a bit unlikely for them. But something that Ali Khan, our analyst on the Urdu stream, was iterating in the first few days was that even if you're a team that is really, further down on the table and you have no expectations or no possibilities of being able to qualify, it is still important to end up giving it your all, because you're not going to frequently find yourself on a stage like this playing against the top teams from all over Pakistan.
Definitely Pyro Hunter taking some shots on a player right here. Plays out of stage 14. There is a scope on. He has a visual on vision, but 141 players all right behind their back. 141 BI is taking the cover behind that rock, and he's a bit far away from Husney and Iconic. They are still a bit far away. BBI is just giving out some fake information with that smoke, and Hunter's really done playing around with him possibly, but still you have to be really cautious off vision. And as he looks at vision, 141 BBI just tries to take some shots on him. What do I even call him? I could just pronounce his name as nickname, but still, shots being taken by him right away. They are trying to escape, but 141 is in a bit of a lock. They don't really want to Pyro let go, but they still have to be really careful, because Pyro is a team, they can be really aggressive, and they're actually really good mechanically. When you're fighting Pyro, you actually have to be careful that you don't end up losing your own squad.
Yeah, that's exactly something that Team 141 realizes, and it's just taking their vehicles, rotating out of here, because that engagement did not look very good for them. But Swanky, he had a nade pulled up. He was trying to put that nade, but then he gets taken out as well. Sam is in a great position right now, where just trying to push on and apply some pressure. Sam is going to have to be careful, because as soon as he sticks his head out of that crack, Team 141 and all of the players seem to be in a very good position to be able to punish that sort of aggression very early on. They see Husney. He's going to push in a bit, and on the other hand, Idbi's right over there looking at sort of his guardian angel to provide cover, but Buzzit, he was pushing on to the Team Steph family, and a nade lands right on top of him. A nade from Pinkman takes out Goat as well.
Definitely a fight going on between negatives once again. They're now dealing with Steph family, one of their rivals, but not really the rivals, because those are Hellraisers, but still Steph family. They have been poking around with negatives once again. And as I was mentioning their rivals, there's a fight actually going on between Shahir and the entirety of Hellraisers. So next, once again, going for that flank strategy. I think this is really useful when you can just get behind the enemy, but still negative, they have to be careful because of Steph family as well. Two of the teams right on their backs. Negative Pegasus trying to fight off Steph family, and on the other hand, Shahir trying to fight off Hellraisers. This is really where we will see the coordination coming into play. Shahir has been knocked out by Hellraisers. He is currently knocked out. Pinkman just got taken out as well. So negative not looking in a really good spot right here. Steph family still holding on to their position. Buzzit has been killed. So it's all really down to Pegasus, who's currently pinned down by Steph family, but is still going to revive one of his teammates. So Hellraisers, Romeo approaching them really quickly as well. There he is, pops the car, gets out of it, and he is going to be the third person to enter this house. This house is on fire right now. There's the nade being cooked. It's probably isn't really going to damage anyone because it's on the top floor, but still, Romeo might just make the mistake of ending just going inside carelessly, but Pegasus is just holding him on the corner. Romeo trying to pick someone off inside the house. There's that devil. He barely misses the player behind him. He wasn't aware of him and gets punished for it. Tears is there though to back up for his negative. Pegasus, as he was trying to finish him off, it is also going to cost him life as Tears takes him down.
Yeah, and Team Hellraisers, they are now going to realize that there is another squad here, and Negative was not the only squad present in this building. The other squad is Team Steph family, and they are pressuring on to Team Hellraisers, especially when they got two members alive here, trying to fight for his life, but he seems to fall short, and the next gets taken out as well. So within a span of just a few moments, Team Hellraisers and Team Negatives getting eliminated together, and especially at the hands of Team Steph family, that is just going to propel Team Steph family's confidence over the moon right now.
Yep, looking at Team Myth, we have a player approaching D-Lord. Alex, he seems to be alone there. Myth, they aren't really gonna, I don't think they're gonna let him go if he's just running around all alone like that. Reaction setting himself up for the fight that are yet to come with the medicines and everything. But yeah, Alex, he seems to be aware of Myth's position. He's approaching this really carefully. But the thing is, he is all alone. Shazil here, on the other hand, taking shots on Divine. Is he gonna hit anything? Divine, after noticing that someone is trying to get a shot onto him, will get himself inside cover. Blaze also just, trying to scout out for anyone. But if you just looked at this kill feed, Alex from D-Lord just got knocked out because of the zone, and I think that was really it for D-Lord, or maybe they're alive. The rest of the teammates, maybe they're alive, but they're probably too far away. Trying to scout out onto Team Steph family. Goat taking so much damage from Novix, Blades, and Novix is going to be the one to finish him off. And hashtag esports, while we were talking about everything that was happening, also got eliminated. A lot of players are also getting knocked out by the zone. So this is what really happens on Miramar, right?
Yeah, this is the sort of action that we're expecting on Miramar, with the sort of engagements that are coming out and how the teams are going on about it. Things are really happening over the long range, and these teams, they're locking in horns. They're just locked in with each other, trying to take these engagements to the best of their abilities and just throw each other off. Sherry, on the other hand, with reaction, was taken out by him, and Shahzil, he's in a great position to spot out any players that try to enter the zone from that side. But there his own squad exists right there. But Pyro Esports, they're going to be coming up onto Shahzil within just a few moments. And Team Pyro, they're also locking in horns with Galaxy. Hunter has to be careful. If he sticks his head up too high, they will take it off.
Definitely, Pyro Esports Hunter actually took a lot of damage from Galaxy Esports right there. But looking at the HPs of Galaxy Esports players, they are somewhat damaged a lot. On the right side of Pyro Esports, though, on the lower end, there is RTG present as well. So once again, this is a triangle forming between all these teams, and there is the difference of verticality. There's the element of verticality, and because some of the teams are below, Pyro Esports do have a really good position. Marwan out in the open will try to cover for himself with the smoke. One of his teammates just, casually driving around a bus for some reason. That really isn't what he should be doing. But yes, Galaxy Esports do seem to be, perhaps they want to get a hold of this area, but I don't think that'll last for them very long, because the zone will start moving in 5 seconds. They're going to have to abandon this position that they have right here. So they won't be able to respond for very long, but still, they want to, because this is the higher ground. If they go out, they'll be out in the open. RTG is down there to deal with. A lot of players are down there on the other sides of the road. So yeah, this is turning into a difficult situation for all the 9 people alive, and the circle already closing in this much. They all have to probably reposition themselves into better positions.
Yeah, they really have to capture better positions here. D-Lord Rage is just taking a lot of shots onto the players from Team Tag, but not able to take them out. Blades gets taken out by Sherry with a headshot that landed on him with that M4, and Sherry is now making his way onto Nobix as well. Eliminates him as well, downs him, and Sherry took out Shazil as well. Sherry just spelled the end for the entire squad of Team 69.
He got ended by Tag Cherry there, but he's not stopping right there. 69 is alive. You have to deal with him as well. Sherry being a bit low, he should probably think of at least healing himself, because he is in a fairly safe spot right now. But Hassan does have a visual on one of the Step Family's players, and he no longer exists. Hamza has been taken out by our Z player. So this is really the third-party things that we're really seeing happening over here, that the player is being knocked out by someone else and eliminated by someone else. Obviously, that won't really matter in a usual game, but here you are getting elimination points for the eliminations that you're doing, even if it is on a player that you haven't knocked out. So Sherry being in front of almost 3 to 4 teams out in the open, he has to be really, really careful. Myth right in front of his whole damage done. There's a lot of damage done. One joke knocked out, and that is some damage done to Myth by Zeph. And yeah, that is really it. All you can do is damage Myth Esports, and as soon as you reveal your location, you're gonna get fired, backstabbed right away. Galaxy number 1, actually repositioned himself into a better position. We're going to see a new circle forming that is going to be right in the middle of the road. So it's really going to be the fight in the open. No one is going to have almost any cover except the few houses that are around, I guess. And that's really not going to be enough because there's just too many teams left. 6 teams still alive, but 17 players are alive in such a small area. Looking at the radar, Pyro and Galaxy Esports and also RT can be seen being really far away. One of Pyro's players is actually, I guess, knocked out, and he's actually really far away. Pyro might make a move to go back and try and get a revive on him. Maybe not. Maybe they're just confident enough with 3 players because, not a lot of teams have a lot of players left either. Only Tag is alive with 4 players. RTG only 3. Step only 1. Galaxy also 3. So this is going to be a fairly even fight.
Yeah, it looks to me like the fights are going to be very even between these teams as the circle ends up closing in, and it's going to force them more and more towards each other. Especially the teams that, okay, that's a very interesting spot coming out. We talked about how powerful high down the art, but Sherry, I think, took that way too personally.
Did he get on top of there with the car? Oh, damn, okay, that is impressive.
Yeah, that's really impressive, right? But then Steph Taki, he is the last player alive for a Team Steph family. And again, Team Steph family is one of those teams that are in those last few positions where they have to make sure that they end up getting a decent amount of points. But OP takes out Steph family last year, and he has been eliminated. The RZ is going to get eliminated as well. Marwan makes quick work of him. And now Marwan, the Galaxy squad is in a great position. They have cover from that compound where they can try to survive for the longest amount of possible that they could. Honestly.
Yep. Yeah. He's just hidden there. He's calmly just hidden there. Not a lot of fights going on because teams know now it is based on the information game that they're going to play. All the players not really giving out their position away, but all the teams, obviously, 4 teams left, they all have a pretty good idea on where everyone is. Attack smokes. Scopes out, but that fake grenade by Star isn't really going to be helpful for a really long time because Pop just pops out and takes him out right away. That's 1 kill, and Red Zone Esports eliminated. 3 teams remaining, 10 players alive. He's just going to throw a nade just to perhaps reposition himself, and Tag is now taking a lot of damage from RTG. RTG been having 3 players alive. They can do a lot of damage to Tag right now. 1 player knocked out, 2 of them really low HP. Sherry running it out. He is not going to get any cover to get some heals onto him. So Tag is not looking in a really good position. Other teams are somewhat settled down because Galaxy Esports, they do have a compound occupied, and Tag Esports, the other team, is in a good RTG, is in a good house as well. So they do have, all of them, they do have good covers. They are in buildings, but the only problem with Tag Esports are they are completely out of the zone. They will have to move out in the open. So it might end up being a battle of the healings because the first team to pop out is probably going to get fired on the first. So if you can stay inside the zone, if you can heal yourself, you can. But right when I say that, Galaxy Esports not really letting their neighbors stay alive. A nade coming in, and that's 1 player knocked down. Omar from RTG has been knocked down from a nade. Honestly, just really not letting him go, throwing nades after nades. But Omar already has escaped a lot from that position, but he's still knocked down, and none of his teammates are close to him. So a revive coming in is definitely difficult for RTG here.
Yeah, RTG members, they do understand that Team Tag is right in front of them, and this is the sort of window of opportunity that a Team Tag might have been hoping for, where RTG is a bit preoccupied with getting one of their down members up. So effectively, it's only Hitman who can keep Team Tag at bay. But then Galaxy Esports, they're already in a great position to be able to punish the squad of Team Tag pushing on to them. But this is a really exciting thing about this circle. All of these teams are going to be forced to leave their cover pretty soon. So we're seeing smoke and nades coming into play. We're seeing vehicles being used to get out there. Marwan is pushed on to Tag OP. That bomb takes it out of Tag. And now Marwan is in a great position. Can he take out the rest of the players here as well? Kuku takes shots and is trying to blow up that vehicle. But then a nade comes right at him. Marwan realizing that nade could have spelled the end for him. Goku is able to make some distance between himself and the vehicle, but Marwan, he sees another player, Sherry, and now it's all down to Goku.
Definitely Goku the only one alive. Marwan moving on to him, and there's a kill coming in, and Tag Esports has been eliminated right away. As I say that, Marwan is going to be taken down by Dreams OP as well. Galaxy Esports Honesty is moving towards RTG players. Hitman still doing some damage. Honesty really out in the open right there. He can't really see Hitman, but Hitman probably can't see him because Honesty, he has no cover at all. He will use a smoke grenade to provide some cover for himself, and he's slowly moving inside to take the fight head on with RTG as the circle is moving in as well. Honesty will slowly have to keep repositioning, but good for him. The blue zone is still, and there Galaxy Stam doing a lot of damage to Hitman. There he is, knocked out, all down to Dream OP. He's alive inside the house. It's a 2v2. One of the players have been knocked down. Got FC Esports Honesty moving inside our Dreams OP. He knows where he is. There's a man that is doing a lot of damage to Honesty. He has been knocked out, all down to Sam. It's a 1v1. Sam, Dreams OP, can you guys do it? Dreams OP is going to cook another nade. He is willing to just completely probably take down Honesty, but he's going to try and wait for the player to come close to him. The timing is perfect, and it's going to take him down as well. So RTG Esports, RTG team for the chicken dinner. What an amazing gameplay to be seen. Such good timing by RTG's players coming in.
Yeah, Dream OP, we really have to give it up for him, right? Those two grenades that he used were at the perfect moment. Team RTG, they sort of looked like that they were in and they were out of it. Galaxy Esports was very close to winning that chicken dinner, but then those two grenades, what impeccable timing, what impeccable precision, and what great throws coming out from Dream OP, taking out the first player with the nade that just that if you saw that nade, it took exactly one bounce over the fence and landed right on top of the player, knocking him down, and then he was ready with the next nade onto the other player as well as he was pushing onto him. Team Galaxy Esports, maybe they could have played that final engagement a bit better. There was some coordination lacking between the two players, but there was this sort of sense of urgency between them. But if they sort of took a breather and realized that they were in a 2v1 situation, then they could have played it better. But you cannot take anything away from Dream OP. The way he played those final fights were just amazing.
Definitely. I am left speechless by those grenades coming in from Dreams OP. Even having a player knocked out, he didn't lose his composure, And in moments like these, you'll probably go for, or at least opt for a gunfight, right? But no, look at this man. He just went out with his grenades and took down two players. This is definitely amazing coming in from RTG. And with this, we're going to be taking another break, and we're going to be coming back on a wrangle very, very soon.
Hello, people. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship. We have the semifinals. It's day number 3, and we're already done with 2 games. We only have 3 games left until we're going to have the 9 teams that are going to qualify for the finals. Holler, what 2 exciting games we've already had here.
I mean, let's just put Erangel away for a moment. And what just did? I mean, Miramar started out. It was really boring, right? But at the very end, everything we it was everything we were really asking for, right? I mean, the grenade fight, I wouldn't have expected in 100 years. It was just really amazing to see that coming in from RTG. Even though Galaxy Esports really not performing that bad, they were actually really good. They were all the calls of them. They were just really forced out of that compound they were in because of the blue zone. Otherwise, they would have been in cover really well and probably would have lasted much longer. But still, a really good game. It started off really slow, obviously, as you would expect
काफी
on Miramar,
प्रेशर में
but
था
still
और जिस तरह उन लोगों ने
it shaped into something really beautiful and exciting. Moving on towards the chicken dinner winners of the last map we just had, they are going to be RTG Road to Glory. Now their overall ranking is going to be the top 5 with a total damage of 1.7k done in the last game, 14 total eliminations, and 29 total points that they're going to have for their overall rankings.
Yeah, with a lot of competition existing between all of these teams, I think it's just very refreshing to see Team RTG, especially a team that was a bit on the lower end, right? They're trying to compete for that ninth, eighth position, or just trying to climb up the ranks as if you were, right? So just great gameplay coming out from them, fighting for their tournament lives, and just clutch gameplay coming out from one of their teammates. 14 elimination points being secured. So Team RTG, they really came onto this map of Miramar with a plan, with an action plan, and they were able to execute that very well.
Definitely, this was, I mean, RTG, they were at some point at really low on the rankings, but now they're climbing, and actually not even climbing, they're already on the very top of it. Top 5 out of 16 is not bad at all. They are really close to the top 3 top dogs, the Hellraisers. We have Hellraisers, we have Negatives, and all those teams, and they now have a good chance of actually overtaking them in the 3 upcoming games that we're gonna have. Looking at the match MVP, it's gonna be RTG Dreams OP. I mean, who else, right? Because he was the one to clutch it for his team with 2 grenades coming out, perfectly timed. And yeah, looking at the stats, we have 10 eliminations. That's a good number for a single player. You'd really not expect it. And the damage finally going over the 1,000 threshold for today, I guess, for the first time today. 6 knockouts and 2 assists. So really impressive stats coming from him. And even with these amazing stats, his play at the end, the clutch that he did at the end, really, makes him deserve this MVP title for this game. Because without that, all these stats would kind of be okay. They're good numbers, but they'd be sort of unvaluable. But especially the clutch at the very end, it really makes him deserve this MVP.
Yeah, really, a very well deserved MVP coming out from that player from RTG, because that clutch was going to be the difference between getting that chicken dinner or finishing off not as strong on that second position. So just great, really great gameplay coming out from him. And just looking at the overall stats for match number 12 on Miramar, we have 58 total eliminations, 7.8k healing being applied, and 56 knockouts. So those eliminations and knockouts are much more closer on this game, right? And then 160 throwables used, that is significantly lower than average, or at least close to being, because I think on Erangel we usually expect much more utility usage coming out from the teams. 12 headshots, Hacker's longest range kill is something really to write home about, because 392 meters, that is a very long distance. And then 13 total rescues coming out, so that is pretty low. So I guess out of the 56 total knockouts or players getting knocked out, only 13 players were revived.
Definitely the longest shot is almost at 400 meters. Even looking at, if Miramar is maybe 16 by 16 kilometers, that's almost a quarter across the map. Anyhow, looking at the match summaries that we have today: 10 highest elimination, Dreams OP; highest damage, Dreams OP at 1k; highest assists though are gonna go to Hitman at 5; longest elimination distance, as I was mentioning, across a quarter of the map, is gonna go to Hacker at 392 meters. Highest knockouts though 0, which is kind of bit unexpected because I did see Sherry doing some damage, but still we didn't really see the knockouts coming because I guess we weren't really looking at him all the time. But these stats are there for us to show the players that really outshined themselves, and we didn't really get a chance to see them. So it's going to be Tag Sherry with the highest knockouts at number 7.
Yeah, great knockouts coming out from Tag Sherry. Just a really dominant performance from Team RTG and Team Tag, sort of proving their mettle within this game as well. So I'm just really looking forward to the overall rankings and how they've been affected by Team Tag and Team RTG putting up the performances that they have, because Team Tag was already in that top 9 position, but I think RTG had sort of slipped out of there. So are they back in that overall rankings or not? It's yet to be seen. But Team RTG, looking at the stats or the match ranking for game number 12, they were able to secure 15 placement points, 14 points from elimination, getting a total of 29 points. That is a significant amount of points to accumulate over one game. And then Galaxy Esports, again, another team trying to fight for that top 9 position. We're on the second position with 18 points. Team Tag, the Angry Gamers, 17 points. Pyro Esports, 13 points. Red Zone Esports were able to accumulate 10 points from that game. Step Family on that number 6th position, getting 9 points, which is not a very impressive amount of points, but anything at this point is going to be great for Team Step Family right now. Myth Esports, they were only able to secure 4 points. Team Hellraisers, 4 points. Team Negatives, 4 points for them as well. Extreme Esports getting 3 points across that game. D-Lord Exotics, 69 Esports, Team GPA and hashtag Esports each only being able to secure 2 points, and then Team 141 and Seven Sins at 1 and 0 points. Looks pretty sad for Team Seven Sins, right? Because they were a team that was very close to qualifying for that very important ninth position. Well, they weren't close, but they were on their way to being close enough. But this does not look like it worked out for them.
Definitely a lot of inconsistency to be seen in the teams that we have today. But hey, negatives, they haven't really been ever good at Miramar, right? But same couldn't be said about Hellraisers, but they weren't really able to get a lot of points either. So yeah, I guess they will balance out that inconsistency because they still do have the chance in the upcoming 3 games. Regardless, moving on to the eliminations per damage, it's gonna be RTG with 14 eliminations, 1.7k damage done. Galaxy Esports, 6 eliminations, 1.5k damage done. Tag with 7 eliminations and 1.7k damage done. Again, really close to RTG. Pyro Esports, 7 eliminations and 2k damage done. That's actually the highest number we've had. So Pyro Esports, they were probably, be setting up a lot of fire around the map. They were the guys to raise the most hell, but still couldn't really keep up with it. Moving on, RZ Red Zone, we have 2 eliminations with 800 damage. Step Family with 5 eliminations and 700 damage. Pretty close, pretty equal. They were taking the fights that they had to and really were going out with finishing their enemies. Team Negatives, though, a bit of an unexpected performance. 4 eliminations and 800 damage. Hopefully, they're able to step up their performances again because the next map is going to be Wrangle. Hellraisers, really unexpected coming from a team that has been dominant throughout this tournament, is going to be at 4 eliminations and 900 damage. And the rest of the teams are going to be so on. So now we have the overall rankings in front of us. And let's talk about the team that are at the top 4. The positions are just completely unchanged. We have Team Negatives are once again at 172 points, now higher than Hellraisers. Hellraisers are going to be at the number 2, 167 points. Tag is going to be at third, 1-3 at 131 points. That's the top 3 for now. And Pyro Esports right below them is going to be at 104 points.
Yeah, these top 4 positions are, I think with the rest of the games throughout the day, these top 4 positions are going to be relatively unaffected, especially that number 1 spot, unless Hellraisers has something to say about that. But now coming down to that 5th position, Team RTG's road to glory, having secured significant amount of points in that last game, they are at 103. With Esports at the 6th position with 94 points, 69 Esports at that 7th position with 89 points. And then at the number 8 position is hashtag esports with 88 points coming out for them. So there's not a lot of difference between the points between the 6th, 7th, 8th teams. but I think it's significant enough that the teams on the second page are going to have a relatively hard time trying to make their way up here. So we can have some. I think there's just a sort of a virtual cutoff that exists after that sixth position, I'd say, because with 94 points and across the rest of the three games, Myth Esports should be able to maintain that position, and the 69 esports or hashtag esports end up delivering a really impressive game for themselves.
Yep, looking at the elimination points, we have Team Negative still not being able to catch up with Hellraisers. They are only at 77 elimination points, and Hellraisers being still 3 kills, 3 eliminations above them, are now going to be at 80. Although they weren't really able to do a lot in the previous game, but they still have done enough in all of the games in total that we've had. And hopefully, in the upcoming 3 games, they're still able to put up a better performance than they did in the previous game to maybe, grab that first position once again. Although we are now seeing a road to glory coming up towards fifth position, and now finally having a chicken dinner under their belt. That is really good for them, and that's obviously granted them a lot of points. And now they've finally crossed the 100 points threshold. So that's the team at number fifth for point position number fifth for now. But looking at the second page, the team that I'm really I'm constantly, I just can't help but notice is Team GPA. They were actually at the very top, and for just kept dropping down. Like, there are some teams that just dropped but maintained their or just gained their position back. But Team GPA hasn't really been able to do so. They have been dropping and constantly dropping. They haven't crossed the 100 point threshold yet, and they're only at 81 points. And now they're actually out of the top 9, which isn't actually ensuring them that they'll qualify for the final. So this is a really tough spot for them. They haven't been able to put up any good performances after the games that we had on day one. Even yesterday, they weren't really able to perform well, and this is really their final chance to prove themselves and perhaps get into the top 9 by pushing some team out.
Yeah, things are getting really worrisome for Team GPA at this point because they are 1 point behind Galaxy Esports right now. And Galaxy Esports, props to them. They were outside of that top 9 position when the day started, but after 2 games, they have been able to climb the ranks, so to speak, and get into that final qualifying spot. So Team GPA, Team Extreme Esports, Red Zone Esports, Step Family, Seven Sins, 141, and D-Lord Exotics. Honestly, I think the only team that will be able to I think the only teams that we're going to see this competition between for the rest of the games for that final spot is going to be between Team Galaxy Esports and Team GPA. You're completely right. We saw Team GPA performing extremely well on that first day, but then yesterday we just saw a lot of lackluster performances from Team GPA back to back, and that this has come back to bite them now, especially that we're done with 2 games. They are now 1 point behind Galaxy Esports, the team that is now the final team that is now qualifying to the finals. So Team GPA, they really have to step up their game across these last 3 maps, across these last 3 games, because if the other team, that is Galaxy Esports, is able to bring up those consistent performances and Team GP just does not perform, then it's going to be heartbreaking to see them not qualify.
Definitely looking at today's matches. For match number 1, we had Erangel going to Team Negatives. Obviously, they've been really dominant on Erangel all around. On day 2, they got 3 chicken dinners for themselves on Erangel, and now they have got themselves another, which is going to be 4 in a total. Looking on the second match we just had is going to be Miramar, which was won by RTG. And now we're going to be having 3 more games that are going to be Erangel once again. The fourth map will be Sandhawk, and the final one is going to be Erangel as well. So moving as the map are positioned in the schedule, we're going to be having Erangel right after this. So once again, a repetition among all the teams and the maps as well, and it'll be really interesting to see how it goes out.
Yeah, the teams, as it's just more and more on the line right now. It's just getting more and more intense for these teams as the games are coming to an end today. We're going to the group stages. Sorry, the semifinals are going to come to an end, and only the top 9 teams are going to qualify. Uh, I'm not sure if it's completely safe to say at this point, although it really isn't. But I think the top eight spots are going to relatively remain the same, unless we see the teams that are beyond that ninth spot give some really stellar performances and consistently good performances in the last three games, and which is definitely a possibility. And that's just the same with PUBG tournaments, right? Anything can happen. It's just very hard to say anything with certainty. But I still go out on a whim and say that the top eight teams are not really going to change. They're sort of somewhat locked in that are going to qualify. But then that ninth spot and that 10th spot is up for contention between the two teams that are present there. They're going to try to make sure that they survive, that they can get points consistently across the last three games, because the difference between the ninth team, which is the final spot for qualifying for the finals, and then the 10th team is literally 1 point right now. So it's just going to be interesting to see how these teams navigate the waters across these last three games, especially on Erangel, because Erangel, again, there's this sense of familiarity that every PUBG player has on that map. So if they're able to get some decent performances in on Erangel, if they can get some good points from eliminations, good points from placement, then that should really make that map. That should really increase their chances of being able to qualify into the finals.
Definitely. I feel like we established this very early on that the point of contention that really will be is going to be that, that threshold that we've set for the for qualifying for the finals, which is going to be the ninth and the 10th spot. So Team GPA and Team Galaxy Esports, Team GPA already being dropped from the top nine, and they're going to have to now overtake Galaxy Esports. Talking about the top rankings, as you said, we might not get to see any change, but we probably will see a change among them, because I do see the teams, because the points disparity is not really that huge now. We will see a change of teams in the top five overtaking each other, and in the bottom five, I mean, in the top five to top 10th position or top eighth position, we will see a lot of changes among them. And for the bottom teams, I can't really say much about them at this point, because they do seem really, really far away from, getting into that top ninth spot. So it's really going to be hard for them. But here we are on the map. Once again, the plane trajectory has been formed. This is the plane trajectory that we usually see, but this time it's actually the plane is moving from left to right instead of right to left. So a lot of players can already be seen dropping to Primorsk. Team Negatives actually is going to take the Primorsk and Feripuri area, and yeah, we'll see how everything goes for them. But Team RZ and HR seem to be going once again to military and Novo, their favorite places.
Yeah, standard drops coming out from the teams, favoring those areas on the map that they usually end up going on towards. Team HR, Novro, that is just has been their home ground on this map. Team RC, they are favoring that military base area, and Team Negatives heading on towards that Primorsk Ferry Pier area. They'll have to be a bit careful because the squad of Team Step and Team GPA is relatively close by. But when you look at the first circle coming out, this circle is going to be ideal for Myth Esports, because there's been a hard shift towards that right region on the circle, and Team HR might be pretty happy to find out that for probably the first time ever, as they've landing on Novro, that they are within the circle as well. Team Tag, they are going on towards that shelter prison area, and Team Pyro Esports landing almost in a very good spot within the first circle onto that Milta area. Hashtag Esports is relatively close by at farm, so we might end up seeing Pyro in an engagement with hashtag or tag. On the other side, Team 141, they are favoring that school area, which is very close to Pochinki and Rosehawk. So we might end up seeing them go over there. Team Seven Sins also landing very close by, and Team Galaxy, they are favoring that Katka area, which is already occupied by Team D Lord.
Definitely, with the circle already being formed and so many teams being outside the circle, and with the fact that they're really far away from the circle, right? And as you mentioned, Team HR would definitely be happy about that circle being formed near to them. But if the thing is, I mean, it's too early to tell yet. But if Team RZ decides to take the second bridge that's on the side of Novo to their commute to the where the circle has formed, it might end up being a bit difficult for them, because there are a lot of teams on the other side. There's hashtag, there's Pyro, and even Extreme Esports approaching that bridge area, and they probably have to because the circle is there. So Team HR, they probably will get an easy hands on the bridge if Pyro and hashtag don't decide to contend for it. But I guess it might be a fight between Pyro and hashtag themselves, and later on, then they'll have to deal with Hellraisers and subsequently RZ. Looking at how the loot surge is going right now, Step Family seems to be just, messing around at Quarry. Uh, Everything is just usual as of now. The very starting stage of the game is always really this boring. We get it. But that's the fun of it. If, the RNG factor in this game, that is there right in front of you, because the better loot you get, the better chances you have of, winning better duels and winning better fights. So yeah, that's really all there is about this looting thing.
Yeah, especially early on, the phase of the game, the name of the game is loot, right? You have to loot, you have to make sure that you get good equipment, good guns, good utility, that you can sort of ride off of the back of that loot that you were able to secure in the early game and make your way into the later stages of the game or the later parts of the game. So looking at how things are working out for these teams right now, Team Hashtag, they are traversing the map using the vehicles that they have and sort of close to that farm area, or trying to get away from that area right now, and just heading on over towards the different regions, just visiting smaller and smaller compounds and houses that are there and just picking up their loot. We're looking at the current ranking that we have. Again, two teams that we're going to have to keep a close eye out for, but although I'd rather say three teams that we're going to have to keep well, I think we should just say four teams at this point, because 69 Esports, Hash, Galaxy, and GPA, they are all very close to each other when it comes to their points. So Galaxy Esports on 82 and Team GPA on 81. So there's going to be competition between them, fierce competition, and Team Blade is able to take out D-Lords as Alex right now.
Over the fight coming in between 69 and D-Lord. 69 Chazil already is behind D-Lord. Is going to deal a lot of damage to Daniel, who's already has been knocked out. Nobody's knocked out as well. Chazil completely finishing off Daniel. There's a revive coming in from Nobix to Blades. Blades is back up on his feet. Probably will, heal himself later on, but they got to finish D-Lord first. So D-Lord with only one player remaining. No idea where he is, but he's probably alive somewhere and probably saved himself from all this mess that his team got into. Because if you look at the previous games that we've had on Wrangle, 69 has consistently been dropping on Pachinki. And, well, if D-Lord decides to enter their area, if they try to intrude, that's what they're going to get. Just get wiped out very early on. So only Rage, I think, is remaining on D-Lord right now. And yeah, he's the only player, so no real chances of D-Lord really winning or even getting in the later stages or the final stages of the game, but still he can probably get some eliminations for himself, as many as he can, because we've seen those plays coming in from players such as the likes of Shahir and Buzzet. They all just go out all alone, and the thing about those players is that they enter the action at the very specific moment where it's the most favorable for them, and then they take the fight and just get some elimination from them. Team 69 still though taking some fire from some Team Step Family right behind on their back. They're actually chasing them down, not really looking to run away. Novik just gets out of the car, probably will try to get some shots onto the players. He's a bit far behind on the crosshair placement though, so he couldn't really find anyone, but still Team 69, that is some play to stop at a favorable position and still try to take some shots onto Step Family. Step Family constantly just constantly trying to run away from Team 69, and 69 is not really looking to let them go. They're just chasing them down constantly, and you might just see a drive-by coming in from Shazil. Blades is the driver. Shazil isn't really able to land any shots as of now, but yeah, this is some good engagement, car-to-car drive-by fights to be seen.
Yeah, just very interesting fights and very entertaining fights coming out here. But yeah, talking more about Team D-Lord that did end up losing 3 members to Team 69, I think that will probably spell the end for their tournament here as well, or their tournament lives. Seeing them bow out of the semifinals is just not the best of sights. But with 2 games to go, discounting this game, because things are looking pretty rough for them with having just one member alive. I think that this will probably be the end for them when it comes to this tournament. But a great fight, shown by D Lord. They showed a lot of resilience across all of the games that they've been playing, and we expect the same from them for the last two games as well.
Yep, with two teams being in the circle, well, Team Negative, I mean, if Team Negative isn't in the blue zone, it's fine because I know that they know that what they're doing. But for teams like RTG and RZ, it actually kind of gets me worried that they're in the blue zone right now. And of course, we saw many teams drop way far out of the safe zone. So yeah, they might have a hard time getting back into it. But it won't really matter in this stage of the game at least because obviously not a lot of damage is going to be done by the blue zone as of now. We can see hashtag Aqua here taking scope, taking some visuals on Team Steph family here. He does see someone. He does see a lot of heads there, but isn't really able to pop one as of now. Although Team Steph family have to be really careful because on their backs they have Seven Sins coming up. A lot of fire already being taken at the house in which Team Steph family is inside. Seven Sins couple just trying to do something, but there is an interaction between Galaxy and Hellraiser at the very start. Fofo is actually going to be able to take down Morvan and kill him as well. So that's one player knocked out and completely finished off of Galaxy Esports. Hellraiser is also having one of the players knocked out. Probably he's going to get the revive in, but they still have to deal with three players that are alive on Galaxy Esports. I don't know if Galaxy Esports is going to come into the fight. Probably not, because they know Hellraisers are forced to be reckoned with and they shouldn't probably mess with them when they're this angry at this stage of this game. So yeah, Galaxy Esports just rendezvousing with each other with their lost teammate. Of course, he's in coming back really, but yeah, they're only at 3 teammates now. So that's D-Lord with only 1 player remaining. 69 also lost one of their players, so that's 3 and 3 on Galaxy Esports as well. So we finally seen some kills coming in and only 59 players remaining.
Yeah, 59 players remaining on the server right now, and we're looking at Saqib at the moment, just rendezvousing with his team, Team Seven Sins, trying to make sure that they're all sticking together, and because using the strength in numbers. Myth Esports, on the other hand, they are in decent position. They were already within the circle, landing on the Lipovka area, and they've sort of gone away from that to get on towards that shelter area. In this area, it is pretty safe right now, and a lot of high ground for them. But Seven Sins, Hassan, he is pushing into Steph's family right now because Team Seven Sins, they do realize that they are lacking a lot of points to be able to qualify, so they have to get aggressive. They have to take those risky plays. Grenades being cooked from drop shot, grenade landing. Saqib takes out Hamza with his grenade, and now these players are in that staircase area. So this could spell the end from Team Steph family here. But drop shot, he's a lot of significant amount of HP. Saki's grenade lands on the drop shot, takes him out. And now Saki, when he calls more damage, looks like he won't.
Definitely, Steph family and Seven Sins having a really interesting engagement right here. While D-Lord just got eliminated, the fight between Steph family and Seven Sins continues. Whereas God just got knocked out by a third-party player who is going to be hashtag Aqua. Hashtag Aqua and Superboy coming into play is going to finish off Goat as well. So HR Romeo having a fight with Myth as well. There are a lot of fights at the same time going on. And while we were talking about that, Steph family just got eliminated probably by Seven Sins. I mean, hey, I know it's really hard to push into a house with all the players like who are camping like that, but still, when you have the proper needs and when you know how to properly use them, you can do stuff like that. On the other hand, here Romeo already took down Myth Levi with a perfect timing with the grenade, just pulls out his gun and takes him down right away. So Hellraiser is doing some real damage here to Myth. And Pyro with eyes on them as well is going to deal a lot of damage to Next as well. So Hellraisers doing some damage, but they have to be really careful on how they do it because Pyro and Myth are right in front of their eyes. So if they just go out in the open, they are definitely going to take a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, Team Pyro making life very hard for Team Hellraisers, who were causing a lot of damage to Myth Esports, and Joke is the only player alive right now. Joe's going to be looking to get out of here, survive here, but things look very hard for him, especially with the sort of relocation that's coming out from the players of Pyro, and then Hellraisers being very close by does not make things easier, and then that jump from Seven Sins player taking out the last member alive from the squad that they had been engaged in for a very long time. So just great engagements coming out. Joke is able to get one of his teammates up, that is Levi, and Levi is trying to get his first 8 kit, but he might not be out of danger as of yet.
Definitely, with only two players remaining, Myth is not really looking in a good spot. Levi damaged a lot, probably is going to put on a first aid, but that is still going to be a lot of damage done to Myth Esports, honestly, because only two players alive. I don't know if you can really do much because, hey, Hellraiser took a lot of damage as well from Pyro and Myth combined, but still, look, they're in good shape. All of their players are alive, but yeah, that doesn't seem to be the case for Myth Esports, and now they've lost it to players. 69 coming out into the fields are gonna try and take. What was that? So 69 players, one of the 69 players was just scouting, and while he was doing that, a teammate that was right beside him just got headshotted out of nowhere from Pyro, and yeah, he's completely knocked out now, and he probably is gonna get the revive because they both of them are in a good position. Still though, that's his helmet gone probably.
Yeah, and with that, sir, he was just stalking his prey, looking at the player of Team RB enraged, who was right in front of him, taking him out, and his teammate Old Boy Sir seems to have a very hard time driving that vehicle because he is not able to finish that down flare off. But his team will be able to do that momentarily. Team RZ is right in front. They are looking at Team GPA, but deciding to not be the aggressors in this situation or just not take revenge for their down teammate and sort of relocate out of this area, get some better positioning for themselves, and then live to fight another day. That is something that is coming out from them. But Team GPA, again, a team on the 9th position, so every point that they're going to be able to accumulate across this game is going to really end up mattering, especially Team Galaxy, who are already down a player right now. Makes things much more harder for them. They are on the same amount of points right now. Hashtag Superboy. Hassan does a drive-by right in front of him, causes a lot of damage, but is not able to finish him off. Adi, he's taking shots, but Drop Shot has a grenade being hooked up, and a grenade landed very close to him. He's going to throw a grenade onto Adi, but I don't think that's going to land into his compound.
Definitely, hashtag and 7cents having a great engagement here. There's the nade onto Sakib. He has been knocked out. Hashtag still have to deal with a lot of players though. 7cents already in the bottom floor of their house. Hashtag Odin though has a really interesting position. He's in an entirely different house. Hassan though, while he was healing, just got knocked out, and there is some amazing plays coming in from Aqua. 7cents making some works too. So 7cents coming just like Odin, he's in a different spot, but still Dropshot is in a very risky spot. And Hassan and Dropshot being down, Dropshot being completely finished off. Hassan is knocked out inside a really risky position. So Kuffin really has no other options just other than barge into a house and try to save his teammate. But despite only being 1 HP, he can't really do much. And Superboy will be the one to finish him off, and the entire team as well. So that's 7cents knocked out of the game. And with that, Red Zone Esports, they also have lost one of their players as well. And I've noticed this sort of, I'd honestly call it a mistake because they aren't really as coordinated, or at least as combined as the other teams move in a sense, because one of their players is always just lurking out all alone like a lone wolf. And that may be a good strategy for information gathering, but that lone wolf has to learn how to survive, right? But still, RHRNX is going to be there to take down Hassan, and the engagement continues.
Yeah, the grenade lands onto Didar, and MVP is able to get knocked out due to that grenade. Pop throws another grenade onto them, and Team RZ just looks to be in a very deft position with Team Tag right in front of them, knowing where all of these players are and just raining grenades on them from every angle that they possibly can. Bobby RZ, he's trying to get to his teammate, but he's a bit further back. Pop, he has his grenade, he knows his location, throws it onto him, but that will not land onto Bobby RZ. So he's safe as of now, but we're going to see how long is that going to be the case with him. Dante Boy is getting that revive off onto Didar, and after that revive, they're going to have strength in numbers, and they're going to try to see if they can take this engagement or just try to rotate safely outside of here, because Enraged has already been knocked out, and Team RZ, they are also on that 6th position, so it's very important for them to be able to get a maximum amount of kills here. Dante Boy, he spotted an entire squad out, but choosing not to fight them at this very moment. They see it be, he is very low, and on the other hand, there's just a lot of engagements happening here.
Definitely a lot of fights going on with 141 being spotted by RZ as well. And there's a fight going on. There's one knockout by 141 drop as well, but there's the Extreme Esports player coming back, but not for too long, because 141, they have things under their control, and they will end up wiping out Extreme Esports. Extreme Esports did look like they had it in their hands, but not for too long because they were only really able to knock down Rafe. But there is one BB1 or whatever his name is, kind of hard to read, coming into play and knocking out or wiping out the whole squad actually. The players
Yeah,
of negatives, though, Buzzit is going to damage Sam a bit. Sam was just peeking out that window and actually got damaged a lot for that.
yeah, he was able to do a lot of damage, Buzzet, right over there, but then not being able to finish that player off and just realizing that he does not have to exclusively worry about the players in front of him, but he also has to make sure that he heeds the fact that there are a lot of players behind him as well. Pyro OP taking shots onto hashtag Aqua, and I am not sure why Aqua was making that jump right there, especially knowing the fact that he was being pressured upon onto. He was a lot of shots were wrangling right across his ears, but yeah, taking that risky engagement, taking that risky action, standing up and getting knocked out. Pyro Hunter has a very interesting position on top of that railing that gives him a sort of a higher angle there. So Pyro Esports, they're just raining hell onto hashtag esports players, but most of them should be able to survive out of here.
Pyro P24 OP, he's a menace with that midi 14. I've seen him land a headshot on a player before, and he is doing so right now as well. Divine just going in with the car. They're not stopping. Divine already entering the house. Will is gonna finish hashtag Adi off, so that's dead for hashtag Adi. On the other hand, hashtag Superboy is also being knocked down by one of 1-for-1's players.
Oh,
Divine cooking a nade. He knows
oh,
there are players on top. That nade could be fatal, and it is. That nade is gonna eliminate hashtag Esports out of the map. So that nade actually killed two people right away. Pyro Hunter, Pyro doesn't have control of this area, but a lot of other kills are coming into play as well. Pyro Togosaurus will probably have to go back to his teammate after doing all the work, and Divine too, so you gotta give him credit for that. Hellraiser's Tears is gonna have an engagement with tag players right here as well.
yeah, and the rest of the squads that are surviving are Galaxy Esports. They have 3 members alive right now. Again, these are the teams that are fighting for that 9th position, and Team GPA is just literally 1 point behind them, but they have lost 2 members already. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these two teams end up faring up against each other and just generally on the scoreboard. Dante Boy at the moment is making his way onto the players of tag, and Team Galaxy's honesty is still alive right now. He's trying to take his shots, trying to get some elimination points going for his team, because you never know how long you're going to be surviving on that server. Team HR losing 2 players, and they are in the blue zone. The blue zone is going to start to hurt now. Hashtag esports, they were already eliminated. We saw how that happened with that grenade. Levi, he's able to take Sherry out.
Definitely. Point to be noted though, Team Negative being as safe as they possibly can in this entire area as Goku knocks out Met Levi and Nobix. Did he just kill himself with his own Molotov? Oh well, he did. Too bad for him. On the other side, Hellraiser's Fofo is gonna take out GPA Old Boy and is also gonna finish him off. So that's one player down, GPA Old Boy. That kind of tells Hellraiser's players that there are probably other GPA players around as well. So they are now going for the hunt for Leo. Leo is trying to escape from that car. Fofo does see him, doesn't really land any shots on him, but GPA, he is going to take a lot of damage from that already. So I don't know how long he can survive for without his teammates. Myth Joke up against tag players right there. Sherry and Pop, they're going to take a lot of damage from TRZ. Bobby, Myth Joke probably has observed that there's another player nearby, so he needs to be really, really careful. A lot of kills coming in. Tag Sherry has probably taken notice of Myth Joke as well, but he's prone right now. Bit of a cover, but that's probably not enough to provide him with enough cover. In the meantime, Team GPA, as Leo probably got killed as well, as he was the only player alive on his team. With that, Team GPA has been eliminated from the game as well. Team Negatives coming out into the fields. Finally, they're not allowed to be hidden into the houses anymore because the zone is making it so. Team Negative Buzzet cooking the nades, throwing it towards Galaxy Esports, and just running back to apply his first aid. That is some good calls right there. He knows when to take cover and when to take fights.
Yeah, just very selective aggression coming out from Team Negatives, and that's what we're seeing from them, because that just puts them in a great position to be able to take those engagements, and they do end up opting to go for them. But Team Galaxy, they've lost a significant amount of players as well. 2 players getting knocked out and getting eliminated at the same point, and that is going to hurt, especially when GPA was so close by. Team Galaxy, if they can just end up securing 1 more point, they're going to somewhat cement their lead ahead of Team GPA. But things are just extremely close between these two teams. teams. RTG Hacker, on the other hand, he's able to take out Shazil, and Shazil is no longer is not longer for this world right now. Tears, he has the vision onto RZ. He sees these players trying to get cover behind the trees, but just raining hell on them right now with Bobby RZ safely behind that cover. But Dizar's position has been revealed. He knows where both of these squad members are, and he's just going to make it extremely difficult for them to be able to move out of here. On the other hand, RTG Hitman gets eliminated, and that will spell the end for the entire RTG squad.
Plays while being knocked out. He's being currently revived by one of his teammates. Shazal is going to be outside that house to provide cover for them for the meantime, at least. But there he is. 1-for-1, 1v1 just died because of an explosion. Iconic has also been knocked out by Bobby. Team Negative Buzzit is taking a lot of fire on 1-for-1 players. That's the complete kill. But in the meantime, just Shazal is just going to poke in and actually take down Iconic as well. So there are the kills coming in. Only 13 players remaining with 5 teams left on the map. Team 1-for-1. Husky is going to be alive. Who is not going to be alive for any longer as well. But Rafe, though, coming into the clutch, is actually going to be able to take down Bobby. He might just be able to revive his teammate as well. But Hellraiser's Tears, he's got eyes on them. In the meantime, Red Zone Esports already has been taken down. Well, Hellraiser Tears, that's an amazing angle you have on Team Negative. Pegasus has been taken down. If he continues to do so, he might be able to take down even more. But Team Negative decides to just hide behind the ridge that they're at, providing them with some cover, and maybe a revive is going to come in. But still, Hellraiser Fofo, on being in a completely different angle as compared to Pegasus, he is going to be suppressing fire onto Team Negative as well.
Yeah, Team Negative, they were stuck between a rock and a hard spot over there, and then just a lot of engagements coming out from them, a lot of shots being fired at them from Team Hellraisers, and these two really seem to be the rivals, right? So it's just very nice to end up seeing them up ahead against each other, especially this early on. Not early on, but a bit before those final 2 spots end up getting revealed. But Team Hellraisers, they were not able to take advantage of the amount of damage that they did onto Negative. They are now down to only 1 member, and Tears, he's going to look to revive Fofo, but that just does not seem to be possible with how far away Fofo is at the moment. Team Hellraisers, they seem to be the ones. Team Negative, seem to be the ones who are in complete control of the situation. And now that Tears is the only member alive, he is in a 1v4, effectively 1v4, takes out the first player. That is going to be Buzzard. But let's see if he can continue that sort of success against the rest of the members of Team Negative, especially when the cavalry is charging right at him.
Definitely, Team Negative players approaching. Hellraiser Tears is the only one alive up against 3 players. One of the players has been knocked out of Team Negative, but that's really... Oh, Nate just comes in out of nowhere, out of thin air, and is going to take him right away. Still, you got to give credits for Hellraiser Tears for keeping his composure and still actually, standing up against 4 alive players. And this is going to be Erangel again with the chicken dinner once again going to Team Negatives. These guys have been a menace on Erangel, and they're continuing to do so. And we still have one more angle left, and we're going to see if they're able to take it home on it as well.
Yeah, just Team Negative is proving to be the better team of the entire server out of this entire group. I think up to the point within the game, I'm not sure if that was the 15, 16, or 17-minute mark, but Team Negative had 0 engagements so far within the game. They had 0 points secured from elimination, but that's just a thing coming out from them, right? I think Team Negative's ability to be able to avoid engagements until they're favorable for them or until they really want to take an engagement is just that ability of that in-game leader to be able to make those calls for rotations is just immaculate.
Definitely is. It is. As I mentioned, like Team Negatives, even in the very final stage of the game where the zone was not any bigger than I guess 500 meters, they still hadn't taken a lot of engagements. Only players like Buzzit like to bug around with players, and that's really it. And that could probably isn't really a mistake, but if it does ends up causing damage to the team, it'll probably end up in a team discussion as we usually mention it. But anyhow, Team Negatives with another chicken dinner. And after this, we're going to be moving to Sandhawk. But before that, we're going to take another short break. So we're back. Stay tuned.
Hello, 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 beautiful people. We welcome you back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship semifinals. It's day number 3. We've already done with 3 very amazing, very exciting, very adrenaline raising games. And now we're going to go on towards the rest of the 2 games. But before that, Holler, what an exciting third game coming out. And I think it's sort of become a theme for the semifinals. If you're going to be playing on Erangel, then you know who's going to win.
Definitely. And the winners are going to be Team Negatives. And with that, they have taken I guess it was their fifth chicken dinner all around in the semifinals. And it's once again on a wrangle. So, yeah, that was definitely some amazing performances coming in from Team Negatives once again. And as always, as they have maintained the approach that we were talking about to the game, playing really safe and just entering the action at the very last moment and just finding that favorable time, that moment, that window of opportunity for themselves and just taking it home for themselves. Although we're going to look at the chicken dinner winners. I guess this is not the correct ones because we are once again seeing Road to Glory guys, but still the winners for the last game we had were a Team Negatives, and they took the chicken dinner once again, obviously fifth chicken dinner. And the stats, the overall rankings, all their elimination points and total points will obviously be seen at the overall rankings as well. Though talking about that player at the very end that was alive in that 1v4, I actually really want to credit him for that poster, that composure that he maintained in that 1v4 scenario. And I actually hoped that he would be able to at least, maybe perhaps, the ideal scenario would actually really be clutching the 1v4 itself. But still, if he could have gotten like maybe 3 to 4 kills, it would have been really amazing. But yeah, looking at the chicken dinner winners now, Azus.
Yeah, we do have a Team Negatives winning that chicken dinner, arriving at their first point, and only 8 elimination points for them, 1k damage dealt coming out from Team Negatives. And that really speaks volumes towards the fact that Team Negatives sticking to their game plan to be not as passive as they possibly can, but still deciding to be passive until the opportunity presents itself for them to ramp up their aggression. So just great gameplay coming out from Team Negatives, the way that they've been playing. Total points 23 secured for them, and I think this is the final nail in the coffin for them to be able to secure that number 1 spot in the semifinals. Right, in the stages of the semifinals, they are going to be the team finishing at the number 1 spot, because I think they've put somewhat of a distance between Team Hellraisers and themselves, although it was Hellraisers and them in the competition towards the end of that game.
Definitely looking at the match MVP that we just had, it is surprisingly Tears from Hellraisers. And he actually got the match MVP with only 3 eliminations. That is interesting. But the stat that you have to keep in mind is the total damage that he dealt, which is over 1,000. So I feel like it makes him deserving for the MVP. And especially that I was mentioning that the credit I was giving him at the very end when he tried to run up towards Fofo and tried to get a revive in, but wasn't really able to because, Team Negative already had pushed up so inside their area that Tears had no option but to get back inside the cover of that rock he had. But still, I feel like this MVP is really deserving to him for the last match that he played. He showed really good performances and not a lot of eliminations, obviously, but still, damage done is pretty impressive. But putting aside the eliminations, looking at the knockouts as well, there are 7 and the assists is 2 as well. So that MVP that he got is really deserving all the factors combined.
Yeah, just really impressive performances coming out from him over there. And now looking on towards the overall stats for the game. 58 total eliminations in the game, 70 knockouts. That's a bit more than average that we tend to see. 6.7k healing, nothing really impressive there. 247 throwables used, and 3 total headshots coming out. And then 27 total rescues coming out over there. Swanky, with the longest range engagement, is able to take out the players at 307 meters. And although usually this statistic is a bit inconsequential in the bigger picture, right? But something that you have to realize is that Team Galaxy is tied up with another team for that ninth spot right now. So every engagement, every elimination, every and anything that these teams can contribute towards their placement points right now are just impressive and are just really clutch. So just props to Swanky for getting his team that 1 elimination point.
Definitely, they're gonna take anything they get to get back up to on there in the top nine to qualify for the finals. But yeah, looking at the overall stats, not really that. I mean, nothing's really impressive, right? Because the total healing it's below, it's not even above 7,000, and we're used to seeing even 16,000 on maps such as the likes of Sandhawk. But still, hey, this is a Wrangle, no heals battle coming in. So yeah, that's really how it's gonna be. And as you mentioned, the total knockouts are obviously much more. And looking at the total rescues compared to the total knockouts, it's less than 50%. So, players were getting knocked out and probably getting eliminated right away, which kind of explains why the total elimination number is high as well. Not a lot of headshots coming in, and the longest shot isn't that long as well. But still, as you mentioned, Aziz, it is an elimination, and Galaxy Esports really needed badly. So yeah, pretty good, pretty average and decent stats overall.
Yeah, really decent stats coming out here, and especially this was game number 13, right? So after this, we're going to have two more games being played for the rest of the evening, and that those are going to be the last two games that are being played for the semifinals. So just to let our viewers know who might not be in the know about this, the last two games are going to decide who our teams are going to be in the semifinals, because only the top nine teams are going to be qualifying. So looking at the match summary that we have for the game number 13, in terms of the MVP match summary, we have Fofo with 4 eliminations. A Team Hellraiser's player are really starting to show up towards the end of the game. Tears doing the most amount of damage with 1.1k. Blades with 3 assists, that is the most amount of assists. Swanky with the longest elimination, and then 7 total knockouts coming out from Tears.
Definitely. And let me add another, category into this match summary, the opportunist, which was, in my eyes, T24 OP. He seemed to be using his Mini 14 really effectively, because I saw him pop and head of a player from 69. I think it was Blades, or maybe the player in the, I'm sure it was in the 69 team. And he was also dealing a lot of damage to other teams with his Mini 14 at the very right moment. They weren't even aware that T24 UP is looking at them, and yeah, he was getting the kills he needed. So good stats overall. T24 UP is also mentioned in number 2 in the highest damage, which is almost 700. He's also mentioned in number 3 at the longest elimination distance, which is 206, which is fair, I guess. He was using just a Mini 14, which is a faraway weapon, because it is a DMR, it is semi-automatic, but still isn't actually a sniper rifle. So yeah, that kill distance is very understandable. Regardless, all over good stat. He's actually mentioned once again in the highest knockouts at 4, tied with Fofo and Ibi as well. And talking about Fofo, he actually survived for very long as well, only just bowing to Team Negatives as they pressured onto him, and there was nothing he could really do.
Yeah, speaking about the match rankings now, Team Negatives, they were able to secure that first position for them and getting a total of 23 points from that game, because of the 8 off of the 15 placement points from the chicken dinner and 8 points from the eliminations. At the number 2 spot, we have 69 Esports. They were able to secure 21 points in total, and the survival time was 23 minutes. At the third position, we have Hellraisers, who had 12 placement points, 8 elimination points, giving them a total of 20 points. And in number 4 position, we have Team 141 coming in on that fourth position, securing 17 points. So a bit of a refreshing performance coming out from Team 141. But by the looks of their placement within the overall rankings, I think it's a too little, too late for them, unfortunately. Red Zone Esports, they are coming in at the fifth position with 8 points. Hashtag Esports, 7 points. Galaxy Esports, 6 points. Pyro Esports, 5 points. Team GPA, 3 points. And I think that might be the deciding factor, or sort of the difference maker between Team GPA and Galaxy Esports, who were sort of fighting for that ninth position. Both of these teams extremely close to each other, and I think that is going to cause somewhat of a distance between them, a disparity, I'd rather say.
Definitely, Galaxy Esports and Team GPA being this close on the rankings towards each other, these points that they're getting are really going to matter a lot for them. And at this point, the only way that I see them changing is because, we only have 2 matches left. All of the matches have been played out already. Only 2 maps, Sandhawk and Wrangle. And only thing that could really make a difference for these teams is probably a chicken dinner. And chicken dinner, a lot of eliminations, of course. I mean, they kind of both go for hand to go in hand to hand if you're not team negatives, right? Team negatives is the only team that we have seen getting chicken dinners for themselves without really getting any, or at least a lot of eliminations. But yeah, Galaxy Esports and Team GPA, they do seem to be in a dire need of a chicken dinner. Moving on, we have Seven Sins with 3 points only at 10th position. Growth to Glory, they did perform really well, but now they're back at position number 11 with only 2 points gained in the last game. Myth Esports at 12th, only 2 points. Tag, actually a really good team, currently in the top three, but only 2 points gained as well. So that is probably going to put them back even further away. So it's really all down to Hellraisers and Team Negatives right now. Tag isn't really hasn't they none of them haven't really been able to perform really well today. But oh well, we might see that changing. Moving on, we have Extreme Esports with only 1 point gain, and Steph Family and D Lord with a none. So I guess it's kind of over for Steph Family at this point because they haven't really been able to show up uh, in the entirety of the tournament. And I guess this is really it, the disparity that is existing between their points and the teams that are in the top nine, and that'll probably increase in the further two games we have. I think it is pretty safe to say that Steph Family isn't really making into the top nine.
Yeah, with the way the games have been shaping up and how things are sort of going for them at the moment, that would be really correct to say. But yeah, looking at the elimination slash damage graph that we have over here, team negatives, again, 8 eliminations coming out from the measly 1k damage that they were able to deal out during this game is just really impressive because they are the opportunists within the game. 69 esports, they were able to do 11. They were able to get 11 eliminations off of the 1.7k damage they were dealing. Team HR, an impressive amount of coming out of damage coming out from them, but that they're just staying true to their colors or staying true to who they are as a team. But then getting 8 eliminations off of that might be a little disappointing for them. Team 141, 1.5k damage dealt. In 9 eliminations for them, and then on the other hand, we have a lot of other teams, decent amount of damage done. But yeah, guys, this is a graph that we've all been waiting for, something that we've all been looking forward to, and that is the overall ranking. So the top three spots not really changing up that much. Team negatives, they were again, they won that chicken dinner. HR came into the second position, so that point disparity didn't really broaden up between the two teams. So the top three positions relatively unchanged, but then on the fourth position, 69 esports were able to climb a rank or two at 110 points. Pyro Esports coming in at the fifth position, dropping a rank or two at 109. Team RTG, they came down a few points at 105. Myth Esports, they dropped a few ranks at the seventh position with 96 points, and hashtag Esports, their positioning has largely remained the same with 95 total points secured for them, and they are at that eighth position.
Definitely. And well, with the top three positions not changing, the competition is getting really tough, right? And Team Negative and Team Hellraisers, they both seem to be the teams that will cross the 200 threshold for the first time. And I mean, Tag might be able to do it as well because they are not really that far off away. But the impressive performance that I'm seeing so far is from 69 Esports, right? They were the underdogs that we were mentioning all around from the very first day of this semifinal. And well, they weren't really doing that good. They only got their first chicken dinner on the first day of the tournament, and they haven't really been able to do so again. But still, they're at the top four now, and with 110 points, yeah, they're really well off. And maybe with the chicken dinner and other chicken dinner in the games that are yet to come, they can actually bump into the top three. Anyhow, looking at the page, number two of overall rankings, we have positions unchanged with Galaxy Esports and Team GPA at the same position contending for the top nine spots. And we expected Team GPA to drop even further lower than Galaxy Esports, but the difference is still not that huge. 88 and 84 points, and I guess it's pretty manageable. So Red Zone Esports, with gaining another position and moving Extreme Esports down, are now at 71 points, and Extreme Esports is going to be at 67. Steph Family, position unchanged, 61 points. Team 141 coming up and pushing down Seven Sins with 58 points. Seven Sins is now left with 52. D Lords, with being on the complete bottom, is now at 39 points.
Yeah, but speaking about the tough competition that exists between Galaxy Esports and Team GPA, there are only 4 points separating these two teams, and there are two games to go. So Galaxy Esports has to be extremely nervous about this positioning because they can end up losing this position to Team GPA, and they can end up taking that ninth spot, that final qualifying spot away from them. So Galaxy Esports, they have to be extremely careful on how they go on about for the rest of the games. Another interesting thing is Team Red Zone Esports. They're sort of making their climb towards that ninth position as well, towards the top of that ranking, because the difference between Red Zone Esports and Galaxy Esports right now for that ninth position is only sorry, not seven, 17 points at the moment, right? So that is somewhat of a disparity, but one chicken dinner could resolve all of Red Zone Esports problem, right? That disparity that exists between the points between them Galaxy and Red Zone could just end up being covered through one chicken dinner. So Red Zone Esports, they are still in the fight to be able to get into that ninth position.
Definitely looking at today's matches that we have left today and we already have played. Our three maps that we already have played is going to be Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel once again, on which Erangel first win was going to Team Negative with 16 eliminations. That is definitely impressive. They usually go with, I think these numbers are in a bit of a sync from yesterday's numbers, because I do remember Negative winning a chicken dinner with 16 points and once again with 8 points as well. That's once again my photographic memory for you. And for match two, we have Miramar with 14 eliminations, and Road to Glory is going to be the one to take it. And now we only have two maps remaining in the entire semifinals, and it's these two maps are really going to be the deciding factor at the very end, because obviously the teams that are at the very bottom, that the fact that you mentioned about Red Zone Esports, that they can overtake Galaxy Esports, it actually applies to almost all of the teams in the bottom half of the ranking. And if they end up taking a chicken dinner, they can actually just barge into the top nine and actually end up qualifying.
Yeah, they really can. But I think Red Zone Esports has more of a realistic chance to be able to do that, because the difference between the eighth position and them is only 17 points. So if you end up going a bit more further down onto the table, uh, sure, there's a probability that that can happen, but that probability is pretty low because those teams will have to end up securing two chicken dinners across two games. So if I had to put my money on it, I would say Red Zone Esports, Team Galaxy Esports, and I think and there was another squad right between them at that 10th position. I think that's not my photographic memory for you. So yeah, these three teams are really in the fight with each other. They are contesting each other very heavily to be able to get that position. And speaking of contesting each other, or whenever there's a discrepancy between points, or teams are just trying to cover a distance a few points between them, we somewhat call Sandhawk a map of comebacks, right? Because we saw how Team Tag performed on it yesterday, and how two other teams did that, right? Where they sort of went in for those heal battles. And sure, there isn't a lot of skill that's involved with those heal battles, but at the end of the day, it's not about what mechanic has those skills or doesn't. The only thing that matters is that objective, is that placement, is that effective placement into that top three, top two, to get the maximum amount of placement points that you can. So in this map, I believe that these teams have the best chance to be able to get or make their way into that top nine, and then just play on Erangel very smoothly, very safely, and just sort of cement that lead further up. But yeah, I think it's my prediction that at the end of Sandhawk, I think the leaderboard will relatively remain unchanged going into that fifth game.
Definitely that might happen, but the opposite might happen as well. Well, no one knows. Time will tell. Anyhow, yeah, we will be moving on to Sandhawk after this. And as you mentioned, the heal battles are definitely going to come into play on this map. Just get a backpack level 3 and fill it up with all the healings you can find. That's really only. I mean, we also saw some of the teams just, I think Hellraisers won on Miramar with against the heal battle, of course, but the teams that were alive, fighting the heal battle themselves actually got a lot of survival time and end up getting a lot of placement points for themselves. But with no further ado, we are on Sandhawk. The plane trajectory has formed. It is going from above to bottom, not really splitting the map in half, but still it is considerably in the middle. So players will have a lot of positions to choose from, and we can already see Team Negatives just dropping into a really safe spot. But they do have to worry about hashtag, who are not really far away from them, because when you see at the map, like let's say we're playing a Miramar, right? If you see someone dropping really close, but that's because the map is 16 by 16 kilometers. On this case, it is only 4 by 4. So even if you're seeing players separated by a single town or a compound, they are actually really up close to each other. So they probably will have to worry about hashtag a bit more than they had to before.
Yeah, they really have to. The teams that dropping on this map are much more closer to each other. Looking at the map right now, t- the first circle has formed towards the lower region of the map. So Camp Charlie, Quarry, all of these areas that are on the lower side are going to be a bit more highly contested. I think the teams are going to want to rotate on over and take up that area. Something very interesting is that none of the teams opted to go for Paradise Resort. That might be due to the fact that the teams understand that some of the that Paradise Resort is a highly contested area, and because they are in such a sensitive point within the tournament, so none of the teams are really looking to take that sort of risk at this point, because semifinals, it is the second last game of the entirety of the semifinals, so the teams are just playing a bit more carefully now.
Did we just see GPA Leo getting a first blood? I think he just took someone down at the very start of the game. Yup, 69 esports have lost one of their players already in the hands of GPA Leo. That is amazing. One elimination point for Team GPA, and -1 player, teammate, or squad member for 69 esports. That is some damage done at the very start, and you really do not see that coming in. But that is exactly what I meant by teams being careful when they're dropping on a map like Sandhawk, because even if you think you're really far away, you're actually up really close, and which we can see exactly happening against Pyro and Seven. Saint Sakib is out in the open. He's going to cook a nade, but probably he's going to miss it because Divine is really quick to reposition. He's actually running back towards the team. That's a good call by him. Just going back to the safe side and not really taking the fight all alone with Sakib, because even if you're confident enough in your mechanical ability, you just don't want to risk it at times.
Yeah, because sometimes those risks are not really worth it, and especially this early on into the engagement, you do not want to take any risks that could end up, causing a lot of issues for you. Again, at the ninth place, we have Team Galaxy, and then really close by at the 10th space is Team GPA. So these are the two squads that we're going to be looking out for the rest of this game, because either Team GPA is going to be able to, although GPA is off to already a good start, right? But they're shrinking that disparity in points that exists between them and Galaxy. There was a difference of 4 points before, and now because Team GPA, sorry, was able to get that 1 kill onto 69, so that has shrunk to 3 points. So Team GPA, they surely mean business this game.
Definitely, and I hope they do, because they have a lot to overtake and they have a lot to do to overtake their position. And honestly, let's say they are at 84 points right now, right? And let's say they get a chicken dinner with about 15 elimination points. That is really gonna bump their position up the charts, and even overtaking Hash or Myth. Even, I don't know, I'm not good at math, but they are definitely seeming to do so in this game. Meanwhile, we're looking at players just looting around. No one is really close to each other. RZ Didar once again just really far away from his team. This is something we've seen consistently happening with the RZ, the Red Zone esports player. They're always separated, and they actually do kind of get punished for it at times, because we've seen these players just getting killed right at the very start. Enrage, Didar, they're just wandering around out there all alone, not really expecting anyone to be around. But oh well, before you know it, there's someone on you and you're dead.
Yeah, that's sort of the risk that you run within this game as well, or especially on the smaller sized maps. But looking at the first circle that is now closing in, I think we've got 30 seconds before the circle, the blue zone ends up meeting the white circle, and we end up having our next zone. Team 7 Sins, at the moment, they are just going on about business as usual, looting, trying to get some better positions. Although the squad does not have much to gain in terms of their tournament lives for the rest of what they can do in this tournament. But still, it's very refreshing to see the teams taking these games, these tournament games, very seriously, although there isn't much on the line for them, because I think these are the sort of experiences that you end up learning a lot from. You end up learning how to play the game, how to play the game against these top teams, and this sort of experience is not something that you can get on a regular basis. So Team Hellraisers, they are spotting out Team
Ooh.
7, Team Extreme Esports at the moment, and Achar next, he's deciding whether he wants to take these shots onto Clasher right now.
He's just calculating the bullet drop, all right? Give him some break. But yeah, he's just they don't really want to reveal their position as of now, or so it seems. But Extreme Esports, they don't have an idea about Hellraisers, but Hellraisers probably do have a clear visual on them. They're probably not sure what squad it is, but that doesn't really matter to them because Hellraisers are a squad that just take down anyone they really see. Not really living in their position as of now, and they're probably gonna hold around this town for a while too. So we're gonna see how it really goes for them. They're just not really messing around with Extreme Esports as of now. On the other hand, we have Team Tag going up against Team Pyro. There's a bit of a distance between them, but visuals are out. The information is out. Hey, there's a squad. Let's just do something, And it's really gonna be all down to the IGL. Pyro Tokosaurus is taking some peeks, just running out on the open. Tag Sherry, that's a bad angle to have because he could have caught out Tokosaurus right away if that tree wasn't there between the both of them. But still, Sherry, just like Hellraiser's Tag, I don't think they just want to take the shots out as of now. They're just using their trigger discipline, waiting for them to get close, seeing that what exactly it is that Pyro wants to do. So Divine, separated from his team, is out there all alone in that house, and I am not exactly sure if they have a visual or any information on Sherry, and Sherry is actually in a really good spot. Tokosaurus also coming towards Divine. They might be in a bit of a trouble because considering Sherry already has his hands on an M4 equipped for the 3x scope, this might prove deadly for Pyro. They might even at least get a player or two knocked out. There's Tokosaurus running out there in the open. Terry scoped in. There is the damage done. But Tokosaurus down to 20 HP. He's going to run away. There is the nade being cooked. He's going to try and take Tokosaurus down with the nade. But
Perfect.
even if it misses, it's going to be enough for Sherry to run away, but it doesn't misses. So, yeah, there it is. Tokosaurus down. Divine all there out alone. It's going to be really risky for him to come out.
Yeah, Team Tag making quick work out of that player, but Pyro Hunter coming in to take out Rice. He's got a different angle on this engagement here, and especially on the Tag player. So, but there were two players who were right next to each other, so they should be able to get that revive off on each other. Divine, he is in a great position to be able to punish any sort of aggression coming out, but I'm not sure if they have lost Tokosaurus, so there no sort of revive opportunity exists there. 69 Esports, they are very close to another team. An engagement could come out. Pyro OP takes out Buzzet on the other hand and is going to be able to eliminate him. Team Negative sort of just, although they're not bad on other maps, but I think there's somewhat of a different team when it comes to a map that is not Erangel.
Definitely, that's what we're seeing happening here. But Blaze having taken a lot of damage from a mid player, but the blue zone is also going to be
Oh,
engulfing him right away. He's going to loot a bit more of an HP, but he's currently all alone against the players of mid. One of the 69 players is inside water right now. They might receive some support, but I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. Zafa is right behind the mid players right now. This might prove fatal for them if they don't have an idea of where Zafa is. Reaction is going to try and push 69 out of his place with the Molotov, but it's completely on the wrong rock. Damage taken, a bit, not a lot, but Blades and all the 69 players are a bit low. There's the first knockout coming in from Blades and Zafa as well. So Myth Levi has been knocked out. It's really all down to the three members of Myth. Levi just got knocked out and finished off by Ozefa as well. With three of the 69 players alive, it's a 3v3 between these two teams. Not a lot of action to be seen. All of them are just hiding. And from what it seems, it already has come down to a healing battle. These teams are just going to keep using their heals because they need to do something to get out of this blue zone because it's going to keep damaging them right after. Some damage taken by drop shot as well from the tag players, but I don't think they're going to be as aggressive to take the fight head on.
Yeah, they are. I think they are trying to see if they can catch an angle onto these players. But Rice, he has to get into cover. Cuffin gets knocked down at the moment, and Saqib is just down to very low HP, so he's just not going to be brave enough to get his teammate up. Team HR are just raining down hell onto Team Seven Sins right now, knocking down multiple of their members, and Saqib. Should be get revived. Should get that revive from Dropshot any moment now, but Dropshot wants to make sure that Saqib comes to him behind safe cover. But Seven Sins, Hassan is trying to take a different angle on these engagements because the team HR players, they have very great positioning on them. So Seven Sins just trying to make sure that they can survive here. Team Negatives have lost another member that has been downed right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how they end up taking this engagement on. Galaxy Esports, they are still within the blue zone, taking damage from the blue zone continuously. So they probably want to make their way into the circle. And again, their rivals team GPA are just 3 points behind them for that ninth position.
Definitely with Seven Sins players having a visual on tag. Point to be noted though, on the graph you can see 69 and Myth still being inside the blue zone. So that means that engagement that they were having is still not over yet. It's still going on. Negative Pinkman trying to get a nade onto the Pyro players, but they're pretty well hidden and pretty inside the zone. So they don't really need to leave their cover as of now. But this positioning method used by negative players are just, it's really interesting. They have all the visuals on all the angles that Pyro players could possibly get out of. And it's really going to come down to the patience of which team is more patient and which can stay in cover for longer. And I think negative really are the best at that. And Pyro might be in a bit of a trouble because of them.
Yeah, there really could be with how the game's shaping up and how this engagement's happening. But it is a 3v3 at the moment. Pyro players are already taking the exit out of here. It's just OP at the moment who's sort of stuck here, but he's just holding his angle. A grenade almost landing into his window, and that could have done some serious damage onto him. But luckily enough for him, that player was just too far away for that grenade to be able to get inside of his compound. Shahir is just scoped in at the moment. He's locked in. He's just waiting for this player to show him just 1 pixel of his body, and then he can end up doing a lot of damage onto him. But that is just not going to happen. Team Negative have to be careful about this positioning as well. Pyro OP is slowly showing himself, and Shahir is going to take advantage of that. But he understands where Shahir is, so he's just sort of pre-firing Shahir, not letting Shahir get comfortable onto that angle and give OP that peak.
Definitely this engagement is going to continue for much longer because negative don't really seem to let go. They don't really want to let go of Pyro as of now. And T24 OP, I don't think he's the kind of guy to back off as well. So he's really going to keep and stay at it. But this is the game of TPP. You got to catch that perfect timing and where the other person is just peeking, and the moment he stops firing, or the delay is there, the moment he stops firing, you can just peek at the very right moment and get the kill down, because buzz kills are all that really matters in such long range fights in this game. And let's just see to whose side this really goes to. Pinkman, though, I think this is another one of their flanking strategies that they always deploy. Once again, coming into player, maybe not. He just want to take a better angle, get on top of those hills and maybe get a shot on those Pyro players if he can. So he's just climbing up for now. Probably will stop behind that rock or maybe the other, but still he has repositioned, and this is going to be a bit troublesome for the Pyro players. 7 Sins, though, Saqib already at the backs of GPA players. This is going to be a bit worrisome for them. GPA probably has no idea of 7 Sins' position, and they're already closing up in on them. This will be a fight coming in. Old Boy has been spotted by Saqib. He will start firing his gun anytime now. He's a snake. Old Boy is going to be the
Oh,
one to spot him first. He thought he was hidden, but sadly, he wasn't. Drop shot is there. Saqib has been finished off. There's a nade going in. No damage done by it. Another nade being cooked. Saqib, drop shot in a really troublesome position. Flyke is also cooking a nade.
oh,
There's a nade going in from drop shot. Is going to be perfect. Well, not enough perfect to completely knock off Psych, but to take 50 points of
Leo.
damage off of it. Just a buzzkill coming in from Hassan knocks out Leo, and it's all down to 3 players on GPA's side, with one of them being knocked out. 7 Sins doing some really good work here after losing 2 of their players.
Yeah, you really have to remember the team GPA is a team that's fighting for that ninth spot. So every engagement they end up losing here, every player that they end up losing here is just going to hurt them further and further. Drop shot, realizing that one of his teammate was taken out. Old boy Sir has to be on low HP right now. He's trying to get his revive off. Drop shot is able to catch him out, is able to see him, tries to land some shots, but does not, is not able to cause the sort of damage that he was looking to. Old boy Sir is rushing on him. These two fights. Drop shot gets taken out. Old boy Sir gets that elimination, and he should be able to get the rest of his squad alive. And that really does it for Team GPA. Holler, they are now at level with Team Galaxy Esports, who are at that ninth spot. So this game is just getting closer and closer for both of these teams. Team Galaxy Esports at 88, the last team to qualify into the finals, and Team GPA as well on that position as well. But Team GPA, they get third partied by Team Myth, and they get taken out. That is very unfortunate for Team GPA, that they had just won an engagement. They had just reduced that distance that existed between them and Galaxy, but then they get third partied and get removed from the server.
Exactly. Myth not missing any chances to get those elimination points. That means GPA completely wiped out of the server. That is really saddening for them because now they're at 88 total points, which is equal to Galaxy for now. But Galaxy Esports, with 4 players still being alive, they have a chance to even get a chicken dinner on this game because you never know. They can do something. I don't really know if they probably don't have a chicken dinner under their belt right now, but maybe this is their time to shine. Other than that, with 4 players being alive, they have a good chance of getting a lot of eliminations on their name as well. So Mid Captain actually closing in on a lot of people here. He's scouting in the wrong area, but he might just see Step Hamza walking through. Come on, just a little further right. Never mind, he skips him. So Myth moving towards RTG now. RTG a bit far away, but still on their vehicles. It's going to be a chase once again. The circle is forming and the situation is changing as well.
Yeah, the situation is definitely changing, and it is getting more and more intense by the second team. Galaxy, they end up losing one of their players who has been downed at the moment. Sherry spots out Nobix, and he's going to make quick work of him. He should be able to eliminate that player. With the amount of HP that Nobix has lost and the fact that he was in the blue zone, will almost guarantee his elimination as well. Team Galaxy, they have to be careful. They ideally want to be able to get the maximum amount of points that they can within this game, so that they don't really have to worry about Team GPA going into their very last game of the tournament. Team Myth rotating on over, they are pretty safe at the moment, but still opting to ride that blue zone into the circle as they usually end up doing. But the team is sort of isolated at the moment. Two of their members are at a very different position, and Team Extreme Esports has pulled up to captain. But captain's nade could do a huge amount of work here in that position, and it does. It knocks out Clasher, and the other person that is right next to him is very low HP. But then there's another member from 7x3 that is rushing up on them, and now captain should be getting taken out, but not before he could take out one member of Geek.
Definitely, that's an interesting engagement going on between Extreme and Myth players. So that's a lot of damage taken by Myth as well. Well, Extreme Esports weren't left unscathed as well. So 1 player down on Extreme Esports side with 1 player knocked right now as well. But the revive will probably come in, but only 2 players alive on Myth's Esports. That's a lot of damage done to them already. Now we can see hashtag Esports. One of the hashtag Esports actually taking a lot of damage from the blue zone, but that probably will not be for long. The revive is coming in from the Extreme Esports. The player is going to be back on his feet any time now. We're moving on, and we're going to see some interesting engagements coming in. Kills coming in on the kill feed as well. RTG hacking, doing some quick work on tag. Sherry as well, and finishing up as well. RTG,
Oh,
Dream Swap coming into play as well. See 2 of HR's players, knocks 1 down, takes some damage from Fofo. Fofo is already damaged a lot. He's looking to finish Tears off right
oh,
away. Fofo trying to do some suppressive damage for his teammate. Maybe he can come behind the tree as well. The revive can come into play. But before that happens, RTG Dream Stop is going to finish him off right away. So it's already down to Fofo. He's really down low HP. Romeo is a bit far away from his team. He has visual on his teammate. Hey, I'm seeing you from behind, but I can't really do anything. And that is fair enough. All right. So Hellraisers having lost one of their teammates, this is looking rough for them right now.
Yeah, it's not looking nice for them with the way the game's been going. Pinkman, he's able to get a kill onto Hacker, and on the other hand, Romeo gets taken out by Pegasus as well. Again, Team Hellraisers just being given a very difficult time by Team Negatives, and these are the two top teams that we have here. But with how things have been going, Team Negatives just seems to be able to get the best out of Hellraisers every single time. Team Negatives, they are making life hell for Team RTG at the moment as well, taking out multiple of their members. Myth Reaction gets taken out by Desi Iconic or Des Iconic, I'm not sure what he was trying to say there with the name. And Husney takes out Reddy, and now Joke is being rushed upon, and he has to try to survive, but he will not be able to. And that will spell the end of Myth Esports in this game.
Definitely missed Meet Esports while being eliminated. Hellraisers are also going to be taking their leave from the server. So that's a lot of good teams knocked and completely eliminated out. HR is out, Tag is out, 69 is out. Some of the most good performing teams are just out of the server now. So we've seen some knockouts coming into play as well. Hashtag Aqua has been completely taken off by 141 Rafe, and he's going to finish off Superbye as well. So that's hashtag almost completely destroyed with only one player alive. Negative Shahir cooking up a nade has a visual or maybe an information on RTG
Oh,
Hitman, and it's gonna be perfect.
oh,
It almost is perfect, and it's gonna completely explode with Hitman, and that is Road to Glory with it. So while Hitman died, and he was the only person alive in his team, and yeah, his team is gone as well. So the numbers are trickling down really quickly. Not a lot of teams left, not a lot of players left either. 7 teams alive with only 16 players. This ratio is really interesting to see because not a lot of players teams have a lot of players alive in them. Step Family with only one.
oh,
And
Pegasus.
while I say that, fights are coming in as well. Pegasus got knocked down. Pinkman is coming into play as well. Marwan is going to show some... he's retaliating as well. He's going to do some resulting fire, which is going to put some pressure on Team Negative, but that will not be enough, and Galaxy is going to be the one to take this home by taking Negatives out. So that encounter was won, well, pretty much some damage was taken by Galaxy Esports as well, all right, but they were able to suppress Negatives completely, and they're out of the server as well now.
Yeah, just great gameplay coming out from Team Galaxy Esports right over there. And again, a team that was fighting for their ninth spot to sort of cement it out into this game. And that's just what they are looking to do. 4 kills already going to their name. And they're just able to, make that gap from GPA just that much bigger, or just back to where it sort of was before this game started. So Galaxy Esports, they could go on to win the chicken dinner here because there's just not a lot of competition for them, except for the side of Pyro and 141, who are in the blue zone taking a significant amount of damage. So Galaxy Esports, they have all of their players alive except for Swanky. So this game is could be theirs for the taking. Team Step Family, they get eliminated at the number 6 position. We're down to our top 5 teams. The 7th circle is now coming to a close, and Team Pyro Esports, they're in a great position as well. Team 141 and the other squad, which was Team Galaxy Esports. Galaxy Marwan getting shot at. They see Ibbi. He's not able to connect all of his shots, and that gives Marwan sort of another life here.
Definitely Team 141 fighting with Marwan almost takes him out, but wasn't really able to finish him off. He just
Oh,
survives with barely any HP left, but they're gonna take the fight with Pyro. Pyro as well. Pyro retaliating is gonna take down Marwan. The kills are just coming in one by one. 141 is fighting with 2 teams at the same time, Pyro and Galaxy is not letting them go. The backfire coming from Galaxy Esports is just amazing. The moment you shoot them, they shoot you back, and they do it properly. They actually manage to take you down as well. So Pyro is the only one left around this area. Galaxy Esports having taken a lot of damage. 2 players already knocked out. Their revive is probably going to come in, but it's only 1 player, so he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders to provide cover for his teammates and get them back on their feet as well. One of the players, Marwan, I guess Honesty or whoever got knocked out is going to be revived faster.
oh, that's
While I
sad.
said that, hashtag Adi has been knocked and completely wiped out from the server because of the zone. And Galaxy Esports, who had 2 players knocked down at the same time, with the pressure coming in from Pyro Esports, they are now wiped out as well. So the only teams that are remaining as of now are Pyro, Extreme, and 141. With only Extreme and 141 having only one player alive in each of the teams. Iconic, just opting for a healing battle, has 17 first aids in his backpack. But how long can they really last for? Modu just injecting himself and getting himself on that rug ready up. He's just This is all it's really gonna come down. So chicken dinner is probably gonna go to Pyro, but these healing battles are gonna be between Extreme and 141. And there's Motu out of the server, and it's all down to 141, and he is gonna be dying very soon as well. So the chicken dinner goes to Pyro, and yep, good healing battle put up by both of the teams that were remaining at the last two positions.
Yeah, but a great chicken dinner coming out from Pyro Esports, where they're able to cement their lead in the top eight position and just secure a decent amount of points. And then just winning a chicken dinner just adds to your momentum, your confidence as a team, sort of realizing that you are the better team here, or one of the better teams. So just very very nice to see. And the fact that we saw a lot of the top rated teams just getting eliminated very early on within that fifth game was very interesting.
Definitely really a good plays coming in by Pyro, especially when they were pressured by two teams at the same time. And actually, that was 141 poking with two teams at the same time, Galaxy Esports and Pyro, and it actually costed them, right? They shouldn't have done that. I mean, they really had a good visual on Galaxy Esports from the back, but well, the player who decided to take the shots kind of missed it, and that was the really a window of opportunity they were gonna get. So yeah, they missed it. Marwan just went back. The knockdown didn't really come into place, and Pyro was the one to get all the information down. They were able to pin down all the teams on the field and really just formulated a strategy on the spot, and it actually worked out for them and resulted in them in getting a chicken dinner. So with that being said, this map is over, and now we're only left with one map in the entire semifinal, and we'll be right back to it after a short break.
Hello, people. Welcome back. Which I think welcome back for the final time to the semifinals for the PUBG Mobile National Championships we have here. We're going to go towards our final game briefly in a little while, but before that, let's talk about the amazing four games that we've had and the last game that we had played on this map. Holler, what were your emotions? What were your feelings when you saw that game?
I mean, when we're usually looking at Erangel or maps like that, all the heated up action, it just comes down to the very end, right? But on a map like Sandhawk, we basically saw engagements all around between Pyro and Negatives, and they were all engaged for the entire time. But still, though, the end battle, the final battle was really interesting between the teams, such as the 141 Pyro and Galaxy Esports. As I mentioned, 141 did actually have a really good chance of taking down Galaxy Esports because all of their players were just out of cover. They were actually hiding from Pyro, but they didn't realize that that's the only opportunity that they're going to get. So the winners of the match that we just saw are going to be Pyro officials. With now they're at the fourth position in the overall rankings. In the last game, they did about 1,000 damage for elimination points. They actually played this really well, just like Negatives. Total points of 19. Not really taking a lot of points from elimination, but still getting the chicken dinner, and it's going to total out to 19, which is really going to bump them up the rankings. And probably even in the last game, if they're able to get the more eliminations, or even maybe a chicken dinner, they're going to probably bump into the top three.
Yeah, that if they can get another chicken dinner, they could potentially possibly get into that top three position, but it might be a bit more unlikely. Or we're going to have to see, obviously, what the overall standings are. What's the sort of disparity that exists between them in the top three ranking. I think at number third position we do have Tag Esports at the moment.
Yep.
But yeah, talking about the MVP 24 UOP, three eliminations coming out from him, three knockouts as well, 772 damage and zero assist coming out from him. This is a player that we've consistently been seeing perform really, really well across the board, across in all of the games that he's been playing. He has been playing, and just standard stuff coming out from him. Another day at the office, I'd say.
Definitely, this player has been, as I mentioned, him being the opportunist. He finally proved himself to be one for his team, and this MVP really goes to him to show that. And yeah, I don't. I mean, that's 700 damage, right? Pyro officials in the previous game had a total damage of 1,000, and if you realize the fact that almost 77% of the total damage is going to one single player, you really have to give credits for him. So overall stats, coming to the overall stats, we've had 48 total eliminations, not a lot really, but look at that enormous number of healing done. Well, that could really go to Iconic and another player that were involved in a healing battle, and they had a lot of stuff to deal with, but still, time is always a restriction against them. Moving on, we have 48 in total knockouts, 63 throwables used, really less. But let's say it was just Sandhawk, and players didn't really find a lot of opportunities to use their throwables. 5 total headshots and 8 total rescues. Really, like there were no revives or throwables used. So obviously, I think there is a correlation between the throwables used and the revives as well, because when you have to provide cover before getting a revive, and you obviously are going to use smokes and stuff to get into that zone, and it also comes down to when you're raiding or intruding in a house. Finally, we have the longest elimination distance from Myth Reaction at 326 meters. How is that even possible on a map like Sandhawk? He just shot a person almost entirely, across the entire map. That is impressive coming in from Myth Reaction.
Yeah, that really is impressive coming out from him. Just great gameplay coming out from that player. But speaking about the match summary we have for the match MVPs, the highest eliminations coming out from Dreams OP. They're 24 UOP doing the highest amount of damage, and then the highest amount of assists coming out for RTG Hacker. 326 meters was the longest elimination that we had coming out from Myth Reaction. And then it's RTG's Dream OP again with the highest amount of knockouts that he was able to deal. And on the other hand, if you look at the other players for these stats, Galaxy Marwan was tied with Dreams OP at 4 eliminations. On the other hand, Dream OP was at the second position with 584 damage dealt. This is just the individual damage numbers seem to be a bit more lackluster on a Sandhawk, although you'd sort of expect the opposite with how many engagements we end up seeing on this map.
Definitely, that should be the case, but still, uh, I would not underestimate the damage done by T24 UOP. As I mentioned, the total team damage was even 1,000, and this guy coming up at 77% of the damage done. That is definitely a lot of support going from him towards the team. Looking at the other players in the match summary, we have Galaxy Kira. This is the first time I am looking, or at least hearing from this player. He has though all of the players are at 2 assists. So assists aren't really something to be counted as of now, but still looking at the highest knockouts, we have once again T24 UOP. Of course, he was the MVP in this game with three highest knockouts, three knockouts, and XT Ninja as well with three knockouts. And once again, a player from Negatives who is at three knockouts as well. So now we have the match rankings in front of us, and the first team on that list is Pyro Esports with 15 placement points, amounting to a total of 19. They didn't really get a lot of elimination points, but that is fine. They're still gonna go up 19 a total of points. And the top three teams are gonna be Team 141, which is actually really surprising because I haven't really seen them at the top of the list. And now they've achieved themselves. They've gotten themselves 12 placement points and a total of 19, which is basically the equal of Pyro Esports, and it almost counts as a chicken dinner if you look at it from a different perspective. And on the bottom of that, we have Galaxy Esports with 8 placement points and a total of 13, which is also really good, and it's gonna push them really far ahead from team against Team GPA, which we were sensing, the contestants between the ninth and the 10th position, and Galaxy Esports is very likely just out of Team GPA's reach at this point.
Yeah, it seems to be that way with the amount of points that Galaxy Esports was able to accumulate within this game, right? 13 points coming out from them, and then Team GPA only able to secure 4 points. So before going into this match, the difference between the points of the two teams was four, exactly four. So although GPA had sort of removed that distance, but I think right now Galaxy Esports might be ahead with like 8 points or maybe 12 points. I'm not sure. I'm not the smartest person when it comes to mathematics. But here on the overall ranking, I think we're missing a team here from this graph. That doesn't really matter at this point because when we talk about the teams that are going to qualify after today, after the final game that we're going to be playing over here, we're only going to have the top 9 teams qualifying and going into the finals. So at this point in the overall ranking, the teams that are a bit lower down at those at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 positions, unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to qualify. But I would like to be able to take a look at what positioning, how positioning has changed for Team 141, because they did come second in this game. So I think another good performance, like a first or second finish in this final game, might put them back in the conversation for that ninth spot.
Definitely, but looking at the elimination and damage graph, we have a stat that is completely standing out, which is going to be Road to Glory at 8 eliminations and 1.1k damage done. That is higher than the chicken dinner, or even the top survivors, and they still didn't manage to come up the graph and getting a lot of points for themselves. But still, those 8 points are definitely going to be really useful for them to stay in the top charts. Regardless, looking at Pyro, they got 4 kills and 1,000 damage done. They just played it safe, got the chicken dinner, got out of there. 141x, 7 eliminations, 900 damage done, really close to Pyro, and actually many more eliminations than Pyro themselves. And yeah, they were able to gain a lot of points for themselves too. Galaxy Esports, though, 5 eliminations and 600 damage done. Extreme Esports, only 2 eliminations and 400 and almost 500 damage done. Hashtag, a lot of damage done, but not a lot of eliminations coming in. 1 elimination and 500 damage done. Negative Esports, 4 eliminations and almost 1,000 damage. Once again, there is a disparity between the damage and the elimination ratio. Myth with 4 eliminations, 500 damage done. Tag, same 4 eliminations. Same goes for GPA as well. 4 eliminations. Tag, though, with 800 damage and GPA with only 600. Step, no eliminations and no damage done as well. I think they were just wiped out the server at the very start. And same goes for the rest of the teams. Now we are at the overall rankings. Everything that everyone was really waiting for.
Yeah, guys, the overall rankings are here pre game number 5 or post match number 14. I think this is all that we expected, right? Team Negatives, the Hellraisers, the Angry Gamers, they have cemented their position. And Pyro Esports, they are pretty close by, right behind the Angry Gamers. So they might be able to make their way into the top 3 position. But I don't think after that one, in that last game, they can do any better. Team Road to Glory, they are at that 5th position with 114 total points. Team 69 Esports are at that 6th position with 112 total points to their name. Hashtag Esports are at 102 points at that 7th position. So climbing that rank, and Myth Esports continues its fall throughout day number 3. Not fall from glory, but still a fall nonetheless, going to that 8th position with 101 points.
Definitely, the fall is something to be taken note of. Though 69 Esports also losing their spot, Road to Glory, a team that we never really expected to come up these charts because, well, they have the mechanical skill, but they weren't really playing like it in the first 2 days. But still, they are at the top 5 at this point. Now, let's look at the eliminations of the teams. But before that happens, we already move on to play page 2. So let's catch you guys up on what's happening here. Galaxy Esports and Team GPA surprisingly maintaining their positions, but the point to be noted that their total points have a disparity. Before it was only 4 points, and now it is more than 10. And moving on, we have Extreme Esports and Team 141 actually gaining their position by a lot. 11th and 12th the position with a total of 79 and 77 points. That's just a difference of 2 points. And if you compare it to the ninth position, which is at 101 total points, they can still get inside. Team 141X still do have a pretty good chance. If they get themselves a chicken dinner, they can actually end up qualifying for the finals. 13th position, Red Zone Esports with 72 points. Step Family with only 65 points. Seven Sins and D-Lord still being on the bottom, have 54 and 39 points. So there are, I mean, all hope is probably lost for Seven Sins and D-Lords. But like you mentioned, it doesn't hurt to try, and especially the experience you gain from playing at a stage like this, especially on this level, is worthless probably. So yeah, they're probably going to keep trying, and we only have one match remaining, and it will really be very interesting to see how these teams at the bottom half of the overall rankings can they really get that chicken or get those points that they need to qualify for the finals.
Yeah, I think the answer to that is probably going to be a big fat no for the teams that are a bit lower down on the table, especially D-Lord Exotic, Seven Sin, Step Family, Red Zone Esports. Well, I'd exclude Red Zone Esports from that conversation for now because Red Zone Esports, Team 141, Extreme Esports, and Team GP, I'd say they still have a decent chance to be able to qualify because Red Zone Esports, they need closer to what 28, 29 points, and that is usually a chicken dinner paired with 15 eliminations. So it's it's highly unlikely, but there's still a chance. There's still a chance that Red Zone Esports can do that, Team 141 can do that, Team Extreme Esports can do that, and even Team GPA can do that. But I think there's still the main point of contention is going to be between Galaxy Esports and Team GPA. And talking about Team GPA, right, Holler, we were discussing this offline as well. Team GPA was the team that was in that top 9 position comfortably on that first page, right? They were on the overall rankings. We sort of thought that they were going to qualify, but across the past 2 days, one on this day today in the final, and yesterday, they have just been falling from grace.
Definitely. And once again, looking at today's match as well, we only have a final match remaining in the entirety of this semifinal, and it's going to be Wrangle once again. So let's take a jog back the memory lane and let's see the team of the match winners that we've had today. So for match 1 on Wrangle, it was Team Negatives. For match 2 on Miramar, it was Road to Glory. On match 3, once again on Wrangle, what would you really expect? It is Team Negatives again. Match 4 is Sandhawk Pyro. And match 5, once again, it's Erangel. The question is, will Team Negative really be able to get another chicken dinner on this map? Because they consistently have been doing so. And it'll be really interesting to see, right? They have been consistently getting chicken dinners after chicken dinners on Erangel, and it's kind of really out of the blue at this point. It's at least surprising to me because if how a team can be this consistent, and yeah, I think we'll really get the answer to that any moment now.
Yeah, we are definitely going to get an answer to that, and it's going to be interesting to see if Team Negative finishes the final game off on a strong note, or are they finally finally some other team is going to come up and take that Erangel domination away from them. All of these questions are going to get answered. Another very important question that is left to be answered is between team. Is between the teams at the ninth and 10th spot that we have here, whether Team GPA are going to make their way into the top 9 position, or are they going to be or is Galaxy Esports going to hold on very tightly and dearly to that final qualifying spot that they have at the ninth position? So all of these questions are going to get answered finally into the map of Erangel and Holler. It's genuinely been a pleasure casting these semifinals with you. These 3 days have been extremely exciting for the viewers and for me, because I think this is the first time that I'm casting with a different caster that is just not RZ, right? Because I started off my career with him, and it's honestly been a pleasure.
Definitely, the feelings are definitely very mutual. It has been really, I mean, it has been exciting to cast with you, and uh, even including the games that we have casted, we've had many interesting games, and yeah, now we're just really reaching the end of it. So let's not really make it too emotional, and let's just focus on the final game that we have on our hands. So it's gonna be Wrangle once again, and it's gonna be played for the ninth time in the semifinal. And yeah, genuinely excited to see how this will end. Will the teams really qualify for it or not? Qualify for the finals or not? Teams, especially that are on the bottom halves, because the kind of person I am, I always usually root for the underdogs, right? And seeing 69 esports actually making their way up towards the ranking is generally making me happy, right? But I want to see that happen with a few other teams as well. Team GPA, though, not really being an underdog, have lost their position significantly. But for the teams like, I don't know, some other teams as well, there are many underdogs here, and the top dogs already have maintained their positions in the top three, and they're basically untouchable at this point. But yeah, the underdogs are the ones that I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, everyone loves a good underdog story, but it looks like we're not going to have an underdog coming up and triumphing. There's not going to be any Rocky music being played towards the end of these games, unfortunately. Or maybe these teams are going to end up proving me wrong, because I like to be a bit cocky about my predictions coming out, because I am the analyst in this dynamic duo, and the way things are right now, I don't really. I think that these overall rankings are going to remain the same, and that is a bit of a bold claim. But the way that the point discrepancies and how the rest of the teams have been playing throughout the day today, I'm a firm believer of the fact that these top 9 teams are not going to be changing, and they are going to qualify into the finals. But I have no issues with someone proving me wrong, and I'd be more than happy if one of these teams do end up doing that after this final game. That is going to be played off Erangel, and we're going to have the plane taking off at any moment now. Oh my god, that timing was just so amazing right there. But yeah, so the plane has taken off, guys. We are about to start the final game of the semifinals. This is game number 5, semifinals, day number 3 of the PUBG Mobile National Championships, and we do have liftoff.
We have liftoff for sure, and the teams that like to go to Georgia Pool are once again headed towards Georgia Pool. Although what is unusual is that we've never really seen hashtag going towards Georgia Pool. RTG, I've always seen them going towards Georgia Pool, right? But yeah, hashtag is a bit but they're still going toward the northern side of the Georgia Pool. They're not going towards the usual area players usually opt for when they're going to Georgia Pool. But still, they're going to have to deal with RTG soon enough. Although the fun fact is, Myth not really going for a safe play, are they this time? They're actually going to drop really close to RTG, so we might see a really fast interaction coming in. The teams that are going to be opting for a military base are going to be once again Red Zone Esports, but the most unusual thing to me this time, because all the Enrangles that we've casted or we've seen in the past, we've seen Hellraisers going towards Novo. And okay, the zone has already formed, and Red Zone Esports might just be already be thinking that they've made a sort of a tiny, mini mistake, but not really because they can just move back into the circle. So the players already have dropped, and the circle already has formed, and the match is begun.
Yeah, the circle, sort of standard circle coming out at this point, where Fofo is taking shots onto NEG's Buzzard, and he should be able to make a quick work out of him and just take him out. So Team NEG very highly uncharacteristic of them to lose a player very early on, and I'm not sure if this is because this is the last game, and for a lot of teams, the outcome of this game really doesn't change anything. So they're just being extremely aggressive early on, or maybe the teams just choosing to change things up before they head on into the finals. So, if you have any strategies that you want to sort of try out before you make your way into the finals, I think this is the perfect time to be able to execute them, because for the majority of the teams, the outcome of this game is still very significant. So they are going to be playing at a level where they're not going to let you, just get away with anything. But since the outcome of this game doesn't really matter to these teams that are on the higher end of the page, so they can, sort of end up mixing things up. Because Team Hellraisers, I'm not sure where exactly, I don't exactly remember the print trajectory, but they opted to not go for Novro this time, which is very interesting.
Definitely, but the point you mentioned that the outcome doesn't really change, though the outcome doesn't change, the fact that the team that'll end up on the first position will change. And Negative, having lost already one player, is going to reduce the chances of getting the chicken dinner because, it's a wrangle and it's negatives. But one player down, it's going to reduce their chances of that happening much, much lower. And also getting an elimination. So Hellraisers might just be able to overtake, or they probably will overtake Negatives after this game. But hey, only time will tell. Negatives have amazing team coordination, and they could really make anything happen at this point. Although on the other side, if you look at the graph, Extreme Esports somehow also have lost one of their players. So at the very starting stage of the game, we've already seen two players just wiped out of the server clean, out cold. And that's a bit weird because we didn't really see those kills coming in, but we are now, as Pyro T24 just took out Extreme Ninja and also finished him off. And Extreme is suffering a lot of damage here. They are actually up against Pyro, and they already have lost, and completely actually lost, not even the chance of revive. Geek trying to fight off Pyro, but too many players are just on him, and that's Geek out. Geek has been geeked out as well. So it's just really down to one player. And what exactly is happening here? That's some humiliation coming in from Hellraisers. I guess you're right, Azuz. They're just trying to have fun, right? It's the last game of the entire tournament. They want to have some. They're done playing seriously. They're done playing all try hard mode. But yeah, so I guess this is probably what we're going to see at this point of the game. Honestly, we'll also take down one of the player, Marwan, doing some damage towards 7 Sins. We're not really able to see it now, but we are now. And yeah, Galaxy has suffered some damage themselves as well. Honestly, it has been taken knocked out for now. And yeah, there's the humiliation once again. These players are really in for it now. So yeah, just killing a player with the punches, a knocked out player, a miserable, helpless player. And also, this come down to the same discussion that we once had, didn't we? Is it fine to kill a player that's AFK? Is it fine to kill a player that's knocked out with punches?
Actually, so there's some utility to doing that, right? To finishing a player off with punches. Although, from since we're players who are from, okay, I'll hold that thought at the moment when Clasher just gets. Oh my God, Clasher!
Okay.
What did you just do over there? Pyro
Okay.
Esports.
Low HP, has to heal himself. One player remaining. Can he really wipe out Pyro all on his own? Time will tell. He's putting on a first gate, and yeah, just do that. Come on, you gotta push. You don't really gotta wait for them to come back. They'll get enough time to revive one of his teammates, and the chances will be against you. Then it's a 1v1. Just go for it. And he is going for it. But Pyro players, they are already back on their feet. 2 players remaining. 1v2 situation. Clasher putting on the medicines once again. Tokosaurus also healing himself. There's the nade coming in. Clasher already probably knows about it. Yep, moves out of position. He doesn't really want to get hurt because of that nade. And that is probably not going to come deep inside enough to hurt Clasher even a bit. But another nade is being cooked by Pyro Tokosaurus. And he has a good idea about Clasher's position. But Clasher's just moving out of there in the nick of time. Saves himself. This is the most interesting engagement I've seen in a while, because having taken down 3 players, this guy probably has that, motivation boost running. He has that thing going on inside him that will probably tell him to just go for it, and perhaps he can just make it happen.
He could make it happen, although it seems a bit unlikely. Although it also seems very unlikely that he would have been able to take those three members out, but he did that as well. So maybe this is a game of unlikely outcomes at the moment. But it's Team NEG Pinkman. It's very interesting to see Team Negatives taking early engagements on, and I think they are down to just their final two players. So they're going to have to be very careful. Although they are taking up Team Step Family, which it hasn't really proved themselves to be one of the stronger squads in this tournament. But Team Hellraisers, they are just pushing wildly onto everyone right now, and Team Step Family could be their latest victim.
Definitely a fight going on between Hellraisers and Step Family, and there's the infamous Hellraisers vehicle slam that they always do, and with that, Step Family also has been eliminated from the game.
Oh,
A bit off.
Pinkman.
Okay, negative Pinkman taking a lot of damage, giving a lot of damage to Romeo actually, and Romeo is down to really low HP though. But thing is, Negative's not really looking that good. Already having lost two players, there are only two alive. Chari's probably coming towards his teammate to help him out, but no, this is the infamous Negative strategy that we always see. Chari just going behind their backs, perhaps, getting a good flank spots. Romeo gets out of his car. Romeo is really low HP. Negative's Shahir won't really have to take a lot of shots on him. It should be a fairly easy kill for him, and I don't see it on the kill feed yet, but on the other side, Extreme Esports has been eliminated. And as we expected, Shahir landing just a few shots on him is going to take down one of Hellraiser's members. Next is right onto him, switches the gun, takes on him. Shahir taking a lot of damage. So is Next though, but Next not enough to completely take him down, and that's Team Negative out as well. So many engagements at such an early stage of the game. This is really unexpected to me, honestly.
Yeah, and I think this is primarily because of the fact that the teams that are in the comfortably in the top 8 position believe that their positions are just not going to change at the end of the game, and that is just something that we're seeing happening here. But something that's also interesting to see is that Myth Esports have been knocked down to the 9th position because of the amount of points that Galaxy Esports has been able to procure for themselves in this game up to this point. So Team GPA really is now contending with Myth Esports and Myth, Hash, and Galaxy all together, right? Because they're just so close to each other when it comes to the amount of points that they already have. The RTG has also been eliminated. Seven Sins are being rushed upon. Dropshot is the lone survivor here. He goes out with a valiant effort trying to take out the place, but is unable to. RZ is being pushed onto by the squad of 69. Nobix is in a great position to be able to spot Dante Boy out and just finish him off, and that is exactly what he does.
Definitely a lot of kills coming in. Hey, Azuz, do you remember when we talked about the team discussion code by code? I think that happened with Seven Sins and it didn't go so well because they are now playing with only 3 members, and well, not really playing because they're already out of the server, but still. I think they just lost a team member and they're going to be looking out for a new one. So we can see here Bobby taking some shots on a player. This is really, honestly, this is a breath of fresh air for me. I was genuinely tired from all that, serious casting, and it's honestly, I have to salute the teams for doing such stuff for us. It's actually enjoyable for us, the casters as well, honestly.
Yeah, no, generally this is much more refreshing than the games that we tend to see because on the at the early part of the game, it's just very it's just in everyone's best interest to not take engagements and go on about their looting. But this has sort of changed from the better, not the better, but the higher ranked teams, because they're sort of just going all out and being extremely aggressive. Rice might run a snake all over in just a bit, but he does not. A lot of shots getting taken out on him. RZ, he's trying to get in a better position, but then he gets taken out by Pop that catches him out. The team RZ is getting eliminated at that 13th position, and they are going to bow out of the tournament as well.
Oh, I'm genuinely laughing right now. And 69 Esports also getting on the back of Tag right there, as Rice was able to make a joke out of a player who was from RZ, Red Zone Esports. And after having killed him, 69 Esports also tried to engage with Tag a little there, but wasn't really able to deal a lot of damage though. They still have a good visual on Tag, probably still do. And Tag doesn't really look like they want to change their position as of now, but they probably have to because, information is the key. And if their information is out that they're there, they really need to get out of there from 69's eyesight visual. moving on, we can just see 69 players just chilling around, scoping in, keeping an eye on tag players. But the fact is, tag being the whole team being alive, three of the players are together, right? But one of them is really far out behind, and this is really what gets interesting in PUBG, because the flanks are actually very effective in PUBG. But still, they seem to have gathered, and now they seem to be running away from 69 esports.
Yeah, and it's not just the flanks exclusively that are really interesting, right? It's just that if the teams are in front of you and you are taking the engagement head on, having the fact that there are four players alive and they're going to all be at different angles just makes the engagements that much more interesting, where you don't have to worry about just one player, but you have to worry about the entire squad that exists there. Togosaurus is at a very interesting position here because I don't really see his teammate close by anywhere. But Shady is trying to rotate around here, but 69 Esports is heavily present, has heavy amount of numbers here in terms of the number of players that they are present here. Shady trying to use his shotgun to the best of his ability. Blade easy using Blades just getting out of there because Shazil has been taken out and Team Tag is just pressuring onto Blades right now. They've thrown their Molotov down, should be able to clip him towards the edge, but does not do that right now. Pop, he's being jumped onto by Nubix and he'll be able to take him out.
Definitely popping off Nobix. Nobix is down right now. Tag's already making some more use of 69. Ozafa has been taken out as well. 69 dating, getting a lot of damage from Tag right now, but there it is. The final nail in the coffin, and 69 Esports has been completely wiped out so early in the game, and so many teams have been wiped out, and it's already down to Hellraisers, Tag, Pyro, Galaxy, Hashmid. Well, all the teams that are alive right now. So many teams knocked out. The team number has already dropped, and the circle has been it's significantly smaller now, and we're going to be seeing a lot of teams finally coming towards each other, and the final battle, the final exciting battle that we all look for and look forward to, is going to be happening very soon. Pyro and HR, though, while being a bit far away from the circle, they're slowly and steadily going to be making their way towards it. Pyro, interesting thing is that they're right on the backs of Tag, and Tag, as they were fighting 69 so much, with all that fighting, they probably gave out a lot of sound, and Pyro probably do have an idea. But thing is, Tokosaurus is being a little impatient. He has to wait for his team. He's going head on to Tag's area, and he can probably get killed in that vehicle, but he probably safely passed that, and now he's beyond Tag's visual.
Right now, the more interesting engagement is taking place between hashtag esports and Team GPA. This engagement is the tournament, is the decider for Team GPA and the fact whether they end up making it into the finals or not. It's 88 points right now. GPA is pretty behind a Team Myth Esports, and if hashtag is just able to take one or two players out for them, then that might spell the end for Team GPA. Psych, he is in a good position. Old boy, sir. We've seen him consistently performing well. The grenade has been cooked, but he decides not to throw it because the engagement coming out from Adi. Adi is just running circles around old boy, sir, right now because he does not understand what angles he's coming in at him from, and Adi is able to take him out. Team GPA, they've already lost 3 members, and it's all down to Leo. Let's see if Leo will be able to do something very significant here. He takes out one player, but then he gets taken out as well. And I think at this point, we have to say goodbye to Team GPA from this tournament as well, and we do somewhat have our top 9 teams locked in already.
I'm so sad that GPA didn't get into the finals, but that is enough. We have Tag Esports moving around, Galaxy Esports E just scoping inside. The circle is considerably shorter now, the smaller now, and with 6 teams alive, the zone is going to be once again closing inside. Some of the teams do seem to be taking this seriously because, as we just saw, Team GPA, they definitely weren't messing around because, it meant qualify or not qualify for them, so they had to take it seriously. But despite taking it seriously, they couldn't really do much, and it's pretty much over for them. The circle being much more shorter now, it's going to be around school, just a little bit further up. That's an interesting area. It does have a bit of a hilly side to it. So the team that gets to there first, which is already 1-for-1, but remaining 2 of the remaining members are just not there yet. Still, though, having control of their area probably will be very beneficial for them. Still, a lot of players are still very far behind Myth. Once again, just being as they are, riding the blue zone, finally joining the action, just slowly coming inside. Hashtag is going to be there as well to greet them right away.
Yeah, hashtag esports taking up a great position within the circle, and Team Hellraisers, they're already present there. So all of these teams are forming a cluster towards the edge of that Rosehawk school area boundary. Team Hellraisers is there, Team Galaxy is there, Team 141 is there as well. And on the other hand, towards the northern side of the circle, Myth and hashtag esports are going to be extremely close to each other. So you might end up seeing an engagement breaking out between them, while Team Tag is just going to opt to keep its distance away from all of these teams that are very close to each other. And there's something very interesting, right? In the fourth circle, we're down to 6 teams already. This is something that we usually end up seeing happening very later on. Hellraiser's next takes a shot onto Swanky and is able to knock him out. Marwan is trying to rotate in and provide cover for his teammate, but he gets spotted out as well, although Next is not able to cause any damage to him.
Yep, Def next not having to, he wasn't really able to deal any damage, but now he has Marwan really near to him. The nade is being cooked, but it's too late. Marwan is just already on the vehicle and already has escaped. Thing is that Galaxy Esports, they're already pretty up close to Hellraisers, and Hellraisers are gonna have to deal with him. There are a lot of teams in this area, 3 teams to be precise, and they all have to deal with each other. Iconic being really low HP, that nade could have been his death. Fofo, you gotta get out of here. Okay, he was safe. But yeah, a bit of a miscalculation coming in from Fofo, but he got himself to a safe spot soon enough. Iconic having himself healed already is gonna be back with his team. Hellraisers right there as well. 1-for-1. The 1-for-1 squad has reunited and they're ready for the fight.
Yeah, the 1-for-1 squad, they are all of the players, they are together, and Team HR is in an engagement. They do have 3 of their members alive. That 4th member is definitely missing, and they are feeling his absence, I'm pretty sure. But right now they are in an engagement with Team 141 and should be able to take them out. Fofo drifting out into that Molotov, walking right into it, and he is burning right now. But he should be relatively fine with the first aid coming out from him. But right now, Team 141 and Team HR, they are pretty close to each other. They are engaging each other. But right now, there's a silence before the storm.
Definitely. But what is it with Fofo and nades? He's always somehow getting a bit clumsy with them. But oh well, he's not clumsy with the weapons. Just took down Iconics and is gonna try and take more fights. Tier though, on the other hand, is getting down to almost 10 HP and almost getting taken out. Tag Sherry's gonna be the one to take out hashtag Superboy, and I think that was with a nade, perfectly done by Tag Cherry. There's the nade coming in from HR next. Perhaps we'll do some damage, but not really, maybe because it's just not on point. Tears though, still looking out for honesty.
Whoa.
Maybe he can, if he can get a shot on him, maybe get a clear down or 2. But still, Galaxy Esports making really good use of their positions right now. They do have the entire house under their control, so HR Esports might not really have a chance other than, just rushing them in. But point is, the circle is closing in, or it'll close in soon enough, and all the players will definitely be forced to move out and go inside the zone. So it's only really 25 seconds before that happens. 1-for-1 already making their escape. Same is for Galaxy Marwan, but he has to wait for his teams to come first. But HR taking some damage, and Galaxy Esports, they're still inside the house. They need to make their leave soon enough, because it's once again gonna come down to battle of feelings, right? Honestly, with that amazing position once again, are these parkour monsters? How do these players get up on top there? But oh well, somehow they do. HR probably looking to make their way out of there, but honestly, and Galaxy Esports, actually the entirety of Galaxy Esports need to get out of there, which they are currently doing so, getting onto a vehicle and just running towards the safe zone.
Yeah, just trying to make their way towards the safe zone so that they can survive much longer. And Team 141 deciding to rotate earlier out puts them in the perfect position within this compound where they have cover from the players from all angles, sort of, so they can sort of make sure that they end up playing to the best of their abilities. And just talking about 141 esports, right? They are the team at that 11th position, and with esports, if they do not end up getting a lot of placement points in this game, then this could spell a disaster if 141 actually ends up winning this game with a decent amount of elimination points. They do have 2 points already. If they're able to take out team HR here, then that could be the beginning of the end for Myth Esports. Fofo's grenade does a lot of damage, but Rafiz is just does him one up.
Yep, one upping him right there, and Fofo is knocked out. both of his teammates are a bit far away. Next and
Oh,
Tears, they will have to make their way towards Fofo, and that nade was almost pitch perfect to take down Next as well. But it doesn't really do so, so it's fine. Fofo is slowly crawling his way back up towards his teammate. He'll probably get a revive in, and HR already having lost one player. They really need to be 3 up and standing to have a chance against 1-for-1 right now. And 1-for-1 Rafe, that spray down could be fatal. Already taking down Fofo, finishing him off. Rafe making his way out of it, barely getting back in the nick of time. He's already safe. It is fine for 1-for-1. It's actually looking really good. 4 players alive and ready to fight already. 1-for-1 Husni already really up close towards HR. They don't really have a good idea about him. He's not really giving out any information as well. There's the fake smoke to just throw him off a little, and he's going to slowly and steadily try and make his way back towards the HR guys. There's a blue zone coming in, chasing them. And there is Husni with his gun out. 1 player knocked out. A bit of damage taken, but that's not enough to take him down completely. Next is trying to do something, but there is the teammate support perfectly executed. And Hellraisers has been taken down by 1-for-1. Amazing team coordination, perfectly played.
yeah, so 141 is at 82 points right now. Team Myth is at 101 points right now. So they need like 19 more points to be able to qualify. Chicken Dinner will get them 15 points, so that just sort of leaves 4 or 5 points behind for them. So this has sort of become a reality for 141. Their contenders right now, or the competition right now, is primarily Myth Esports. If Tag Pop can cause a significant amount of damage onto Myth, but on the other hand, Team Galaxy takes out 1 player from 141, and that could be the beginning of the end for them. Tag Pop is in a great position. Look at that trigger discipline coming out from him. He sees one of the players in the form of reaction, and he's trying to spot out another one. He sees Joke now as well. When does he decide to get up and take his shots? I think he's going to let them get into the vehicle and then take his shots. He takes a lot of damage onto Myth. Joke is able to knock him out, but because of the blue zone and he was down to 1 HP, he gets eliminated.
Valiant effort coming in from Tag Pop, but not enough to completely wipe out their squad. So, well, that's good enough, He could have, trigger discipline is all good and nice, right? But it has the potential of missing that window of opportunity, right? Because we just saw that happen just now, and he could have potentially taken down both of the players, but oh well, they just got into a vehicle, and that even being in a vehicle is a considerable amount of cover, and it made it really hard for him to get both of the players. So Galaxy Esports up against 1-for-1 right now. 1-for-1 is on fire. Iconic is going to be the one to take down Galaxy Sam, and they have a lot more players to deal with. Marwan probably coming into play right after this. 1-for-1 having an engagement. There it is. Honesty coming out. He will take down Iconic, but Husni is there to back up for him. Dace, Ibby is going to fight out with Marwan as well, and there he is, knocked out. Galaxy is just being wiped out. It's already down to Swanky and the rest of the 1-for-1 teammates to fight it off and decide the final winner. Swanky isn't really making, well, at least looking to make any moves right now, but there he is, and that's a headshot to the face from a shotgun, which will take him down, and that is the end of Galaxy Esports. 1-for-1, looking really strong. 9 elimination points, and with this, if they can combine this with Chicken Dinner and get even more, elimination points, they might just really be able to make it to the top 9. This has gotten really interesting.
This has gotten really interesting indeed, because Team 141, I had actually counted them out, but what a great gameplay coming out from all of these players. They just sort of stepped up their game, and yeah, those are your main contenders right there, Team 141. That is in the form of Myth Esports, who are in the blue zone taking a significant amount of damage before coming into the zone. 141, they have a dream. They're already in the top 3 position, and the Chicken Dinner is just extremely important for them. With the sort of positioning that they have, unless they're forced to leave this route in just a little bit due to the blue zone, or due to the next few zones, they are in a prime position to be able to get that Chicken Dinner. But they also have to make sure that they get the maximum amount of elimination shots that they can. They take out Husni. Adi has been knocked out, but Adi should be relatively safe in the sort of position that he is right now, Team 141.
Definitely, they are not letting any opportunity go from their hands. Iconic taking shots on Myth, and there he is. Rafe taking shots on hashtag as well. Adi has been dealt a lot of damage. The winner Chicken Dinner forecast already says that they are 40% likely to win this Chicken Dinner, and they are definitely looking to do so. Myth and hashtag and 1-for-1 with the only teams being left right now. 1-for-1 is looking really dominant, just giving out, just, hey, you want some damage here, take some. And they're just being like that right now, and they're looking definitely very strong. Myth is completely prone, not really revealing themselves. Hashtag actually making some moves. They're kind of spread out. 1-for-1 Iconic in real. They're really up close. Look at Rafe, he's just trying to spray someone down. He's just actually giving out damage right and left. Husky is going to also knock down Myth Captain. There is Captain down. Myth squad taking some damage as well. Hashtag is taking some damage as well. 1-for-1 is just being dominant on this place right now. There it is. Husney is going to take down Sam. Rafi is also dealing some damage to Adi. Adi has been taken down as well. Hashtag esports already has taken a lot of damage. So many players knocked down. It is seeming unlikely for them. And the final fight is probably going to come between Myth, and Myth is playing it out real safe, but still is taking some damage from 1-for-1. There it is. Husney, Iconic is going to take down Reaction. Husney coming into the fight as well. Iconic is going to take down Levi. So many players are being taken down right after one of the Rougher just rushing inside, slamming everyone with the car. And there it is. Mickey Sports has been eliminated. It's all down to Aqua, who is left from hashtag esports. And that was almost another slam coming in. And such an amazing performance coming in from 1-for-1. And the winner chicken dinner is going to go to them as well. And I think this just might prove this just might give them enough points to get into the finals. And yeah, we will see the overall rankings anytime now, and it will really show what exactly happened.
Holler, just what an amazing performance coming out from Team 141. The underdog story that you were talking about, a team that we did not expect to give this sort of performance, especially this late into the tournament. The last game, the final game, that was a qualifying game, but and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to be extremely close between Myth Esports and Team 141, because since Myth was able to get a top 3 finish, so I think that's going to give them a significant amount of points as well. So it's going to come right down to the wire. So I'm not sure if Myth Esports ended up qualifying or was that Team 141. We're going to have the overall rankings that are going to reveal that. But what an exciting final game, and what a way to end the semifinals.
Definitely, it was really amazing. I should ask my producers to put on some rock music if 1-for-1 actually ends up making it. But before we see the overall rankings, we will be taking a short break. And after that, we will have our final segment of the stream right after. Stay tuned.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back for the final time. This is your host Azus, and with me is I am Holler. This was the final day of the PUBG Mobile National Championship semi-finals. The top 9 teams today are qualifying for the finals, and the rest of the teams we're going to have to say goodbye to them at the end of today. Well, it is almost the end, isn't it, Holler? But what exciting game we had from this final game that we had. It was so exciting. Team 141, they knew that they had a chance to be able to qualify, and they gave it their absolute all in this final game. And they were, it's the sort of poetic to put it that they were competing against Team Myth Esports in the overall rankings and in the server as well. And Team 141, they came out on top in the server today, but we're not sure if they came out on top on the overall rankings.
Definitely, I'm not sure about that, but we will see it very soon. Though 141, you have to give credits to them. They just did definitely went all out. I mean, that final moments that we saw of the game, they were fighting with two teams at the same time, and actually they were just doing really good at it. I mean, hashtag and myth, both of them didn't. I don't think they were even very about themselves. They were just really cautious about what 141 was doing to them because on one hand, Husney was giving damage to hashtag, and on the
जी हाँ,
other hand,
बिल्कुल देख
Iconic was just completely pressuring Myth guys. So yeah, we're finally seeing these guys on the screen, and they have taken the chicken dinner. 2.5k damage done. That is massive. 15 eliminations and total of 13 points. So with these 13 points, will they really be able to get into the top rankings?
Yeah, I love the fact that production hashtagged out their overall ranking, right? To sort of avoid any spoilers for us and the stream, because we're going to get our final winners in just a little bit, so you guys will have to stick around. And by the way, I think there's also a giveaway happening for the mobile phone, so please do make sure that you stick around to the end of the stream, so that we're going to announce those giveaway winners a bit later on as well. So yeah, Holler, that you were saying 15 elimination points, 30 points, and then 15 points from the chicken dinner. So that gives them a total of 30 points. And I think that this is the absolute best that Team 141 could have done in that final game. So I think these lads, whether they end up qualifying or not, they should be very proud of the performance that they were able to put up.
Definitely, they're going to be taking this as their legacy after participating in this tournament, and it is really amazing for them. The match MVP coming from 141 as well is going to be Rafe with 5 eliminations, 900 damage done out of 2.5k. The entire team did. That is amazing from him. 2 knockouts and 4 assists. I really saw this player, just going all out at the very end. He was just spraying right and left, but not to mention the other players as well, Iconic and Husney as well. They were just being all out. They were pressuring Myth and hashtag so much that they had no other option but to just really die. And yep, this MVP is definitely well deserving and probably the last MVP we're gonna have in this tournament.
Definitely going to be the last MVP for the semi-final stages at least. And looking at the overall stats for our final game of the semi-finals, right? 54 total eliminations coming out, 5k healing. That is a very low number for a game being played on Erangel, but that really just shows the fact that the teams were being super aggressive this game. They did not care to take poking damage at each other, but rather they were just going all out aggressive on each other, rushing up into each other's compounds, getting those kills happening. And I think that's why they just did not get a lot of chances to be able to heal themselves up in between the action. 194 pieces of utility being thrown, total headshots 11. That is a very high number. We don't usually end up seeing that many headshots. One airdrop being looted and 19 total rescues coming out.
Definitely. Well, the rescue and knockout ratio once again is kind of out of sync. But looking at the longest elimination that we had is coming from Tag Sherry at 318 meters. Once again, a really long shot coming in from him, which I always honestly appreciate. That is really amazing. And thank you for making shots like these. It is always a pleasure to at least someone like me to see these happening on the map. And as you mentioned, well, not a lot of throwables used. Considering it was in Wrangle we're on, we're always used to seeing 280, 290 throwables used, and this time it's 100 down. It's minus 100 throwables used basically. So I guess it was a really, as we were talking, is most of the top teams were really taking it as a joke. Well, they were just having fun. They didn't really have any reason to try for the chicken dinner or even play seriously. So it was really fun to see all of them just going around and doing funny stuff and just really enjoying this semifinal stage and just ending it with a really funny ending. So we have the match summary now, and it's going to be Rafe at the highest eliminations at 5. Rafe once again at 909 total damage. High assists, Rafe once more with 4 highest assists. The longest shot is going to go to Tag Cherry at 318 meters. And highest knockouts, Hasni. That's why I was actually mentioning it, because this guy at the end was legitimately on fire, and 7 knockouts, that's really a number to consider. So amazing performances coming in from all of these players, and these definitely sound about right.
They really do, with the pace that this team was able to set up for themselves. Team 141 going into the final stages of the game, going into the final stages of the semifinals, they just really went all out, especially Rafe, with the stats, and the fact that we have him all over our screen right now just goes to show that Rafe was just at a different level, competing with the rest of the players. So it's just going to be, what I'm really just looking forward to is seeing if 141 was able to qualify or not. Although Tim, I have I have nothing against Team Myth Esports as well, because if 141 does end up qualifying, they are going to take Myth Esports out of that top 9 position. But have they qualified? Have they not qualified? And Myth Esports, on the other hand, I'm not sure what they were up to across these multiple games, but things. I guess they were just not playing at the level that we sort of expect them to.
Definitely. Now we have the match rankings. These numbers are what are going to really matter at the end of the day, because looking at Team 141, they acquired themselves a total of 30 points. Hashtag esports, 17 points. Angry Gamers at 3 acquired themselves 15. Mid Esports only, well, not only, but 10 points. Galaxy Esports also 10. Hellraisers and Pyro 9 and 8. 69 Esports gaining 4 points. 7 Sins, only 3 negatives. A bit surprising, but hey, one of their players got killed at the very start and they were just goofing around. So 3 points for them only as well. Red Zone Esports, 2 points. Extreme Esports, 2 as well. GPA, Road to Glory, and Step Family, all of them are going to go home with only 1 point.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you say that these teams are going to go home with 1 point. Unfortunately, they're not going to go home with 1 point. They're also going to go out of this tournament as well, right? And it's really sad to see these teams bowing out at this point. But unfortunately, in the tournament, you're going to have some winners and you're going to have people who don't win. I don't want to use that word for them, the opposite of winners. But hey, this was a learning opportunity at the end of the day, right? These teams, they were pretty good. The fact that they got to the semifinals really says a lot about their technical prowess, their skills as a team. But there are certain gaps that exist between in their games, right? The way that they tend to look at the game, the way they end up playing the game when it comes to their mechanical skills, there are certain areas that need to be looked at and then improved upon. So it's just going to be interesting to see if we're going to end up seeing these teams come back, show up, become much more stronger than what they already are, and hopefully, we end up seeing with something along that lines with these teams. And Team 141X, when it comes to the eliminations and damage, this team just went crazy today. 15 eliminations coming out from them, 2.5k damage. So I think for the most part, whenever they ended up damaging a team, they converted that into a successful elimination as well.
Definitely. And moving on to the team that we have on the graph, hashtag esports at 5 eliminations and almost 1,000 damage. Tag at 9 eliminations and 1,000 damage as well. Myth just ending up with 0 eliminations, but doing a bit of damage at 167. Galaxy Esports also at 2 eliminations and only almost at the 1,000 damage as well. Hellraisers, 5 eliminations. Quite a lot of damage, almost 1,500. Pyro at 6 eliminations and 1.2k damage. 69 esports at 3 eliminations and almost 800 damage. Negative esport, well, negative. Hey, they were just, we know what this team is capable of, but they just didn't feel like it. So 3 eliminations and 530 damage in total. 7 Sins, 2 eliminations, almost 500 damage. Extreme Esports, 2 eliminations and almost 1,000 damage once again, and so on for the rest of the teams. Moving on to the MVP rankings. I think this is the after all the 15 games we've had, right? So
Yeah.
Pinkman is gonna end up for the I guess, the best player that has been throughout this semifinals, and he is going to be ending up with 31 eliminations and 6.4k damage. Impressive. We're seeing a lot of big numbers here. So let's just quickly mention all of the MVP members, or all the players that are mentioned here. T24 UP, Tears, Next, Rafe, Fofo, Negative Shahir, Tags Cherry, RTG Dream Soap, 69 Nobix. I definitely do remember seeing all these players, raising hell at some point in all the games we've had, and all of them have a really good numbers. And if you look at it from away, they're actually really pretty close, because at number 10 we have Nobix at 23 eliminations, and so does Rafe at number 5 with 23 eliminations as well. So they all really performed really equally well almost, but with Negative Pinkman and a few players shining out really, especially with crossing that 6k threshold damage number.
Yeah, 6k damage across 15 games is a very impressive number coming out from NEG's Pinkpen. And generally when we used to say this very frequently, that Team Negatives is a team that is very selective upon the engagements that they end up taking. They're not a team that goes into every engagement willy-nilly with their guns blazing, right? So considering that fact, that the team's overall playstyle is relatively passive, having a person from that team, having a player from that team topping the charts when it comes to the MVP rankings really tends to show that it's not that they lack that it's not that they lack that mechanical prowess within their players. It's just that they're very smart about how they end up using that. So I think most of these eliminations from NEG Pinkman were either towards the end of the circles, or they were just very pivotal engagements towards them securing those chicken dinners. And this is a stat that I'd like to mention off the top of my head, right? Team NEG across 15 games, they won 5 chicken dinners, right?
Yep. Yep.
And that's like 33% chicken dinners out of all of the games, right? And this is just one team doing it. Out of 16 teams, one team was able to get one third of all the chicken dinners. So that just really goes to show how dominant Team Energy was throughout the semifinal stages.
Definitely. And this guy used to say that I'm not the smartest when it comes to maths, but anyhow, you just spit it out a lot of numbers right there. Moving on to player head to head. Negative Pinkman against Tears Hellraisers. I think this is the exact players that we saw yesterday as well, but once again we're going to go over their stats. So eliminations 31 against 28 of Tears. Headshot percentage a lot higher. Negative Pinkman, I think he was on 22 yesterday. Now he's at 19.3. Lost a bit, but it's still really good headshot percentage. Against which we have Tears at 7.14. Total damage done 6.4k as we saw in the MVP rankings, and 5.9k done by Tears. Throwables almost double, 103 used by Negative Pinkman and 64 used by Tears. Average survival time pretty much the same. Assists are a bit different, 8 more for Negative Pinkman, 20 assists against 12 assists for Tears Hellraisers. But the fact is that these two players have been performing really well for both of their teams, and these stats are really something, because 100 more damage and Tears would have been above 6,000 as well. But don't let those numbers fool you, because 5.9k damage across 15 games is very impressive as well.
It really is very impressive, and although it's very interesting for me to see the difference in throwables being used across both of the players, because it's not like Pinkman is the tactical player of his team, so or the in-game leader, where he just tends to throw a lot of throwables down. So just I guess it's sort of a difference of play style between the two team members, between the two members across the different teams. But now looking at the head-to-head, Team Negatives taking that first spot, ending the semifinals in style and at that first position. And against them is Hellraisers at the second position. 15 total matches played between the two teams, 5 chicken dinners secured by Team Negatives, and 4 chicken dinners secured by Team Hellraisers. So the rest of the teams only had 6 chicken dinners to play around with. 112 placement points secured for Team Negatives, 104 placement points coming out from Team Hellraisers, 92 elimination points from Team Negatives, and Hellraisers still edging them out in terms of the elimination points, although not by a lot, but still 3 points coming out. And Team Hellraisers' average survival time for them is still much higher than, not much higher, but relatively higher than Team Negatives, and then the average amount of damage is still pretty close as well. And the total amount of points that are differentiating the two squads is just 5 points. Team Hellraisers was able to finish at 199, and Team Negatives were able to cross that 200 point mark.
Come on, Hellraisers. Why couldn't you just do 200 as well? But oh well, looking at the chicken dinners, it's the fact that you mentioned that the other teams only had to play around with six chicken dinners is actually really interesting to look at. I mean, think of it this way: you have 16 teams in total. Take out two, and you have 14, right? So six chicken dinners divided among 14 teams. That is, these teams really had an impact on that point on the ranking system that we developed, and just taking out nine chicken dinners out of that, you are just dominating the entire scene and the entire group stage of semifinals that we have. So yeah, these teams definitely do deserve these top positions, but I wasn't honestly, I was expecting negative to drop back down to rank number two because of how they played their last game. One of their they just did anything they really wanted, but oh well, Hellraisers won. They weren't really able to do anything special as well. So the rankings are going to stay the same. Team negatives, as you said, are going to go out in style, and they're going to be the number one team, and Hellraisers are going to be the number two.
Yeah, Hellraisers being the second team, well, not the second team, being the team with the second ranking for the overall semifinals. Just great performances coming out from them as well. And Team Negatives proving their mettle, proving why they deserve that position into the finals. And not only doing that, just doing it in so much style, right? Doing it as the first team to be able to do it at the first spot is just really impressive. I think, well, we didn't get a drum roll before the overall rankings, but there they are. The Team Negatives qualifying as at the first spot from the semifinals at 204 points. Great performance coming out from them. Team Hellraisers being the team to qualify at the second position with 199 points, only 5 points separating these two. And then at the third position is the Angry Gamers. They're a significant amount of points behind the first two teams at 152. At the fourth position is Pyro Esports, securing 136 points. At the fifth position, we have hashtag Esports, securing 119 points. At the sixth position is 69 Esports, securing 116 points. Great performance coming out from 69 Esports. I love the persistency. I love the aggression coming out from them. Team Road to Glory, 115 points, securing that seventh position. And at eighth position, we have Myth Esports. So I guess 141 was not able to overthrow Myth Esports, but that means that we have another team at the ninth position. So maybe 141 was able to overthrow another team, some other team at the fourth position, at the ninth position. Sorry. Oh, there it is. Okay, no. So Galaxy Esports qualifying as being the final team to take that final qualifying spot at 111 points. And this is just heartbreaking, Holler. Team 141, after that amazing performance, just falling short of 4 points.
No, this is so sad. First of all, we won't get any rock music, so that's kind of sad. But still, what's more sad is Team 141 not actually making into it. But regardless, let's go over the points that we have on the teams in the bottom half of this ranking. So at ninth, we have Galaxy Esports at 111 points. Team 141 falling short of only 4 points are at 107. Team GPA losing their position constantly, really saddening for them, but they are at 89 total points. Extreme Esports also coming down at 81 points. Red Zone, Step Family, Seven Sins, and D-Lord just staying in the same position as they were at 74, 66, 57, and 39 points, respectively. They really weren't able to stack up against. And I think we haven't really been seeing D-Lord in the previous graphs, at least the graphs for two matches. Did they kind of sign out, or were they just not playing in the games that we've had? Because I don't really remember. Yeah, I do remember them in the second, or the first three games, but after that, yeah, they really weren't present there on the map. But regardless, really, I would still like to appreciate all of the team that's really participated. And of course, as you mentioned, this is more about the experience you're getting rather than qualifying, because yeah, it really matters to play on such a big stage.
Yeah, and also I'd like to divert everyone's attention towards Team GPA, a team that we thought were comfortably qualifying on the first day, but then the next few days they just did not put up the performances that they needed to, and that sort of resulted in them falling out of the tournament and not making their way into the finals. And the difference between Team 141's points and Team Galaxy Esports points just re-emphasizes the point that RZ and I were making, and we were discussing that the way the PUBG's ranking system is set up, you have to really ensure that you're consistent across all of the games. So again, congratulations to these teams. So talking about the mobile phones that were being given away, I've heard Holler, you have the two winners for us here.
Yep, I do. And the giveaway winners are I'll just say the character ID out loud. I think his name is Unlucky Loser. I thought he was there was a system of an unlucky loser that the guy's just lost and they're just giving one away for him. But regardless, the name is Unlucky Loser and the character ID is 5909510416. So I'll repeat 5909510416. And the second winner that we have is OP Malung, for which the corrector ID is 5391897109109. I'll repeat 5391897109109. Please just contact us on our PUBG Mobile official esports Facebook page to claim your smartphone.
Yeah, guys, again, congratulations to both the lucky, well, not both the lucky winners, I think, because the first winner's name was Unlucky Loser, but how ironic that this guy actually ends up winning. And then the second winner is OP Malang. Congratulations to both of you guys for winning your mobile phone. And please make sure that you end up contacting on the PUBG Mobile official page so that you can lay claim to your prize, which is a beautiful smartphone. Who doesn't like stuff for free, man? And it's always been a dream of mine to win something in a giveaway, and I just never have. And it's not that I want, the giveaway prize to be really significant in terms of its value. It's just that I want to experience the fact that out of, an X amount of people, you're the lucky winner. But you know, that might never end up happening. And yeah, it is what it is,
I
isn't
mean,
it?
I can just host a rigged giveaway for you if you just really want to feel the winner. So, anyhow, just let's go over today's matches for the final time because we already have had all of them happen. So, match one, Erangel won by negatives with 16 eliminations. Match two, Miramar won by Road to Glory with 14 eliminations. Really good numbers there. Erangel again, match three, won by negatives also with 8 eliminations, half the kills from the first time. But hey, that's how they like to play. Sandhawk for the fourth match, and we are going to have Pyro there winning the chicken dinner with 4 eliminations only. They kind of adopted the negative style in this and actually took the chicken dinner for themselves. And on the final match, a really unexpected outcome. Well, they didn't qualify right, but the gameplay that they showed us on this map at the very end it was just amazing to see. And it's going to go to team of 1-4-1 for the final match and actually the final match of this whole entire semifinal.
Yeah, guys, and that was a recap for you guys on the things that happening throughout today. What exciting games we had. It was the semifinals, final day being played, and now we're going to see you in the finals. But before that, we just like to announce that the PUBG Mobile Pakistan Winter Event 2022, the Winter Holiday Event, is about to be live. So, from what production tells me and what the PUBG people tell me, there are a lot of cool prizes within game that you guys can win. Some cool skins, a lot of UC points that you can end up accumulating there that are being given away. So make sure you guys do end up launching your game and laying claim to all of those amazing prizes that are present within the game. But yeah, Holler, what exciting 3 games what exciting 3 days we had for the semifinals, right? Where the teams just gave it their all. They fought out to the bitter ends. Well, some of the teams fought it out to the bitter end, while for the others, the road is still going to continue. We're going to have the finals being played, and I think it's going to be a LAN event in Lahore Expo Center. And you might end up seeing us casters there as well. You might not end up seeing us there. It's going to be a surprise for you guys and us. But all of those, well, that's not really a question, but we're going to find out in due time.
Definitely. This semifinal was amazing to cast. And yeah, thank you all for tuning in. It was really, really amazing. So I guess that's it. It was honestly really fun casting with you too, Azus. You know, just generally, PUBG itself is a bit different than other games, but it definitely is very, very interesting to cast. So I guess yeah, that's really it. That's all about it.
It really is, and likewise, Holler, it's been a pleasure. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be catching you in the PUBG scene later on as well. I'm not sure how excited you are about that right now, but I'll catch your ear about that a bit later on. But I'm not sure how much time we have left on the stream. But no matter how much time that is, we're always here to entertain our viewers. And the fact that these games came down so close towards the end, and the fact that Team 141 just fell short of 4 points just breaks my heart.
Definitely. This whole tournament, all the players that participated, thank you all for, I mean, even the players who weren't really able to qualify, thank you still for participating in this tournament. And thank you all to the viewers who tuned in to watch these amazing games go down. And this is really going to be the end of the stream. Thank you all once again for tuning in, and we'll be seeing you all very, very soon.
Take care.